I would like to request an executive session in order to discuss some questions about a reciprocity in order to get attorney private privileges to discuss with the board. And this has to take place before the morning session. So do I have a motion? A second. All in favor, say aye.
And, hold on, we do need, what time are we going to reconvene?
Oh, gotcha.
I would think probably 5 to 10 minutes would be sufficient.
So if we move into executive session, I would say we will start at 8:34 and resume back at 8:45. Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
So Seth made the motion. Oh,
I motioned, yeah.
Okay.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, let's move into executive session. session. Before we get started, we have a new board member here today. So I thought maybe we'd go around and introduce ourselves and say kind of where you're from, how have you been. So Dr. Thompson, would you like to start? Welcome. You don't have a name tag.
It's fine. Sheena Nagaraja, Manhattan, Kansas.
Tim Racer, I'm legal counsel to the board, and I'm from Topeka.
Callie McAtee, Executive Officer. I'm from Ulysses.
Gary Beaver, Secretary Treasurer, Independence, Kansas.
Seth Katz, I am the public member. I am from Overland Park, Kansas.
And I'm Dawn Bircher from Overland Park, Kansas. So welcome. All right. Let's move along. I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the last two meetings, the April 15th, 2026, and then the virtual meeting on May 20th, 2026.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. And motion is approved. Let's move along. We have a regulation hearing. There's a lot of paperwork here. All right, I will now open the public hearing on CAR 6584. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with Kansas law to include Kansas Rules and Regulations Filing Act. I briefly want to confirm the process which has been followed as required by the law. The regulations, organization, style, orthography, and grammar have been approved by the Department of Administration. The regulation has been approved by the Attorney General as to legality. The regulation, along with the economic impact statement, has been submitted to the Director of Budget for review of the accuracy and completeness of the agency economic impact statement. On May 7th, 2026, a notice of today's hearing on the proposed amended regulation was published in the Kansas Register, which complies with the 60-day notice required by law. In addition, the proposed amended regulation was submitted to the Legislative Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulation and Kansas Legislative Research Department. JCAR reviewed the proposed amended regulation on December 11th, 2024, and again on June 23rd, 2026. During the December 11th, 2024 meeting, JCAR expressed concern regarding the use of the word shall in Section A of the regulation and raised restraint of trade concern regarding removing the pupillary distance as a mandatory requirement of the prescription. The board did respond in writing to JCAR's concerns following its January 2025 meeting. During the June 23rd, 2026 meeting, JCAR again expressed concern regarding the restraint of trade issue, which Dr. Beaver addressed. A member of JCAR also asked that the board not proceed with the regulation due to the recent passage of House Bill 2223 and expanded scope of practice. However, the connection between the two was not made clear. In regard to the board's reasoning in seeking and amending this regulation as amended, CAR 6584 conforms the requirements of a prescription to the modern practice of optometry. In regard to the word shall remaining in Section A, this is not a change that the board sought to make through the amended regulation. An optometrist is required to include in a lens prescription the items that are warranted by examination. If one of the listed items is not warranted by examination, then the optometrist indicates it is not applicable or leaves it blank. The board has applied this regulation in this manner since its inception and will continue to do so. In regard to the removal of the pupillary distance, as practice of optometry has evolved, an optician is in the best position to measure the PD. Removing the PD as a required measurement does not prohibit an optometrist from including the measurement, and it's highly likely that this practice will continue for many licensees. However, the board consistently receives complaints from consumers and opticians regarding the requirement that an optometrist provide the measurement, which requires patients to make return trips to see their optometrist instead of being able to adjust in real time with their optician. This change will benefit the consumer in allowing a more efficient process for obtaining the correct measurement, and we believe it broadens consumer choice and will serve patient interests long-term. Would any other board member like to address the arguments made by JCAR, public comments regarding the proposed amendment to KAR 6584? In regards to today's hearing, I first want to confirm what will be admitted into the record we are making of this hearing. We will include the notice of hearing published on May 7th, 2026, the regulations stamped as approved by both the Secretary of Administration and the Attorney General, the economic impact statement for the regulation, the report of the December 11th, 2024 and June 23rd, 2026 meetings of JCAR, and any written public comments received by the board. We will open up the hearing for any verbal comments of any member of the public wishes to make. Does any member of the public wish to make a comment at all? All right, this will conclude the introduction of comments from the public. We will now consider board action on the proposed amendment for KAR 6584. At this time, does any board member have any comments for discussion?
I have no additional comment, but I would make a motion that we adopt the amended, say this properly, we adopted it in the form that we have presented it.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye? Oh, pardon me.
Sorry.
We do need to have a roll call vote.
Oh, got you. So I'll let the executive director do that part.
All right. Dawn Bircher,
Aye.
Sheena Najran, sorry.
Aye.
Gary Beaver,
Aye?
Chad Thompson,
Aye.
Seth Katz.
Aye.
And motion passes. With the approval of the amendment for KAR 6584, Ms. McAtee will prepare a certificate of adoption of our approval of the amended regulation today, which will record the roll call vote. I will sign the certificate of adoption on behalf of the board. With that, I will officially close the hearing on KAR 6584. The regulation, along with the certificate of adoption and the economic impact statement, will be submitted to the Secretary of State for publication. All right, thank you. I do want to thank Dr. Beaver for attending the last JCAR meeting and giving a presentation for us. So thank you as well. Very well done. I think we can begin with our first trade name approval. He may not be with us yet, but give me 1 second to find his records here. I can share this with you here. Ms. McAtee, does Troy Juniman intend to join us this morning? Do you know?
Yes, he does.
Are these on the board website? I have so many emails on him. Okay. And then, Mr. Resner, can you maybe review for us when a trade name needs to be approved by the board versus when a doctor is just using their own name?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the distinction really is, if you have someone who's John Doe, OD, PA, the board historically has just viewed that as a practitioner's name, even though it's the name of an entity. But a practitioner's name and not a required trade name approval. If they're using a portion of their name, but there are other terms along with that, the board historically has viewed that as a trade or assumed name and required trade name approval. And so in this case, Dr. Juniman has filed his application. First choice is Juniman Eye Care, PA, which historically the board would put that in the category of a trade name. Second choice would be his full name, ODPA, and that would not be a trade name. So I think the question is, if the first choice is acceptable, then we would proceed as approving a trade name.
And then I will just confirm that he did send it his articles of incorporation, and he does have the correct organization to practice optometry as a professional corporation. And Kelly, do you think he's calling in or? Okay, that'd be great. Do we know, is this considered a transfer? Or did he sell his practice or purchase the practice from another physician?
That's my understanding. I think he may be working there, but the name of the practice is different. And then once the transfer happens, then it will proceed with his.
Okay.
Do you have a list of our current trade names on you?
You want me to send it to you?
Yeah. Is there already a Juniman Family Eye Care?
So there are 3 Junimans, but they are spelled differently. And I don't think they practice under Juniman. But let me send that to you really quick.
That's what I'm looking at, yeah, the ones that spell. Unless they don't have their trade name approved.
Is it spelled differently?
No, it's spelled the same.
We can move on to Dr. Panapidi. And so, Mr. Resner, I was not involved in this case. I don't know if I have a,
Dr. Beaver's been the investigative member and will need to recuse.
all right, so I am going to call the hearing of the case for the matter of Vincent Pensapedi, case number 202703. Note that the hearing is being held pursuant to the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act. Note that the appearances of the board's legal counsel and the named respondent, Dr. Pensapedi, is not available today. I don't know if this is a stipulation order or a, yeah.
It is. It's a proposed, excuse me, proposed stipulation and final agency order that Dr. Penapedi has agreed to,
Okay.
along with myself and Dr. Beaver. And so if you'd like me to outline the terms of the proposed order for the board, I can do so.
Do I have formally, does Dr. Beaver need to recuse himself, or?
I think you've noted that for the
Okay.
record, and that's sufficient.
Okay. Yes, if you would give us a summary on the proposed stipulation, that'd be great.
Okay. So this matter arose out of a corporate reorganization that Dr. Penapedi is undergoing. He requested certificates of good standing for various of his entities. And through that review, we realized that there wasn't trade name approval for one of his entities. He owns 8 practices in the greater Kansas City area. And unfortunately, it appears that with the number of practices that this one fell through the cracks. He was relatively adamant that he had obtained approval, but Ms. McAtee performed an exhaustive search of records and was not able to find an application or any sort of formal approval. And as you all know, the board formally approves trade name applications in a public meeting, and that has never occurred. And so unfortunately, for a period of time, I believe it was 4 years or maybe slightly above 4 years, the practice I Associates of North Overland Park proceeded without an approved trade name at its specific location. And so through negotiation, Dr. Penapedi has agreed to the resolution that we proposed. As you all are aware, your regulation KAR 6591A prohibits practice at a location without an approved trade name. So that's the violation that we're proceeding under. Correlates to KSA 651517L, which relates to a violation of a rule or regulation promulgated by the board. What we've agreed to is an administrative fine of $800, which is consistent the length of time with how the board has historically handled these types of matters. As part of the deal, Dr. Beaver conditionally approved the trade name so that the violation would cease at that point in time. However, that is subject to the board's review and approval today. And so that conditional approval will become permanent if the board approves the stipulation and final agency order. That's more or less the overview. If anyone has any questions, I will stand for them. Otherwise, we would request approval of the proposed stipulation and final agency order.
So just to clarify, he has 8 locations all under the same trade name, and there was just one that wasn't formally approved.
Different trade names for each location.
Oh.
They are I Associates of, and then the location. think they're different cities within the greater KC metro area.
And then can you tell me, in the past, we have capped that fine? Meaning if it was a 20-year versus 4-year, what is our cap on that?
Yeah, we've never exceeded $1,000, but the rough formula, and it may have varied with mitigating or aggravating circumstances, but it's been roughly that $200 a year.
Okay.
For this type of an issue.
Any other questions for legal counsel? I hate to do this too, Dr. Beaver. Any questions for Dr. Beaver after he just took a bite? Dr. Beaver was our investigative member. All right, at this time, if there are no questions, would anyone like to make a motion?
So how do I want to say some? So I motion to accept the
I think proposed stipulation.
Proposed
proposed
stipulation.
stipulation in this case.
Yeah, that's sufficient. The one that's been presented to
one that's
the board.
presented today.
Do I have a second to approve the stipulation for case number 20-2703?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. And motion passes.
Were you able to find the trade name list?
Oh, yes, that may be, I believe that just happened at the last 2 meetings where they got that approved. I will have to confirm that with Tim. So there is another Dr. Juniman in Kansas, aside from Dr. Ron, Dr. Riley, and Dr. Troy, but it's spelled differently.
The one in Manhattan.
I think so, yes.
Well, and when we pass trade names, it's location specific too.
Does anyone have concerns with the, it's tricky to me because they're in 2 different cities.
Pardon me?
Does anyone have any concerns because they are in 2 different cities? Like, I would be leaning towards not approving if they were both in the Kansas City metro.
Agreed.
But
Yeah.
they're not, so I
That's
don't
why I
know
was
if it's
saying-
much of a,
Being location specific, if they decide to move it later, they might have to lose their trade name if they were moving next door to another one.
that's getting sent to you now, Sheena.
So when he joins, we can ask Dr. Troy Juneman if he's aware that there's already a.
Ms. McAtee, if you had to estimate, I know there was some confusion about the trade name list and who was the director of the trade name list. How many more recent approvals do you think have not been added to the list? Like less than a dozen? Can you tell me where are Dr. Ron and Dr.? I don't know where Norton is either. Okay, so it's right there. Gotcha.
Phillipsburg is very geographically separated from Abilene,
Okay.
very. In Pittsburgh, that I do not know. This is probably a comment that should wait until Dr. Troy Juneman is here, but I experienced a similar experience with my trade name application 20-some years ago. And looking at the board's approved list, we have a tremendous number of family eye care of, and so there's a tremendous precedent that's been set by the board in the past of approving based on geography. So confusing Juneman and Juneman between Phillipsburg and Abilene seems very unlikely, but possible. But the board's history on approval really looks like this does have some pretty good merit, in my opinion.
Poor Dr. Smith, right, who can't use his name. All right. Do we know if Dr. Juneman is with us yet? I don't think so. We couldn't, I couldn't. At this point, does anyone have any questions for Dr. Juneman?
I mean, I guess I'd be curious if he's aware that there's another Juneman eye care.
Okay.
So for his knowledge, if that
Yeah, we
changes anything for him.
Still early. All right, we'll give him another 2 minutes or so, and then we'll move on. Yeah. Yeah. And he knows we're waiting. Yes, his staff does. Okay. This is the one time it's like the prism patient with double vision and lost vision in one eye, and you're like, I have a meeting at 9:15. I'm going to go ahead and bump down to the report of the president and just give a quick summary. In June, Dr. Nagaraja and I attended the National ARBO meeting in Phoenix. I really enjoy the ARBO meeting. I would encourage our new board member, Dr. Thompson, to consider attending in the future. It is a great educational experience to kind of figure out what it is like to be on a regulatory board, to get a good hand of what other states are doing with expanded scope and how they're dealing with new CE. So I found it very enlightening. OE Tracker has a lot of new functions that hopefully we can get Callie dialed into. Other than that, things went pretty well. Do you have any other comments about our bill? National NBEO has invited both the KOA and the Kansas State Board to attend their August grand opening. They have also been open to private tours of the new facility, and they have also offered to come to one of our meetings if we have any new questions about the new board process, the new Part 3. I feel like we have enough members here involved with NBEO and ARBO. We feel pretty versed in it, but we'll kind of see where that leads to, so. All right, I believe Dr. Juniman is with us. Can you hear us, Dr. Juniman?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
We're here to discuss trade name approval for Juniman Eye Care. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Juniman?
Dr. Duneman, this is Dr. Nagaraja. I think it sounds like you know, but just wanted to know if you were aware of the Duneman Family Eye Care in Phillipsburg, Kansas.
Yes, I was. That is my cousin, Riley Juneman.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have any concerns overall about confusion with practices?
I took this into consideration. For me, I felt like the distance between us was significant enough that I don't believe it would cause any confusion among people. I really wanted to have the name Juneman to have a much more personal and local feel. I can't change my name, so I tried to think of different names, but ultimately Juneman Eye Care is the one that felt the most important to me and felt like a good long-term name. So I don't believe it would cause any confusion.
Any other questions for Dr. Juniman? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the application for trade name Juneman Eye Care by Dr. Troy Juneman.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And motion passes. Congratulations, Dr. Juniman.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You'll get in touch with Dr. or Mrs. McAtee, and she will do your final paperwork for you.
Sounds great. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Am I good to leave then?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks so much. Have a good rest of your day.
All right, I am going to move along to IAC nominations. So we have received 6 names from the KOA. The governor did appoint Dr. Chad Thompson to the Kansas board. So he is now removed off the IAC list, and I believe the KOA will be submitting a new name. And I think we are still waiting for some general information about those doctors, so maybe a CV or...
CVs are on the board website with the updated nomination.
We have not heard from the Society of Ophthalmology at all.
No.
And so they were sent a deadline of, I think, May 31st. And they have been in contact and said it's coming, but that was a month ago. So I think we'll have Ms. McAtee reach out and just nudge and see if we can get that moving along. Technically, the law did go into effect on July 1st. So this is in regards to HB 2223. So until we have that IAC committee formed, I don't know if we're handcuffed, but we really can't proceed until we have an official committee. Is that correct?
I think that would definitely be the best course. You certainly could take action on the KOA names today if you're ready, or at least have discussion.
So I do have a question. So, I mean, we're developing our form for people applying and everything else. And I realize
Form
that,
is done.
right, but I'm saying that aspect is in motion. But while this was done with that law change, I mean, that's more for future things going forward. That really doesn't dictate us proceeding with what was passed, does it?
I default to legal counsel.
I'm not sure I fully understood.
I guess what I'm saying is that committee, in their recommendations for this board, as my understanding as I read through it, and that's what I'm seeking information on, is more for future things that the board might want to ask about as far as scope issues. They're not really sitting there making recommendations on our implementation of the procedures that were just passed.
Correct, yeah, it would be for any future procedures or what have you that they may recommend, or the board may refer to the committee to review. And
So we're really not handcuffed with proceeding on getting everything in motion with what just went into place July 1st.
no, not at all.
Okay.
So ideally, by the beginning of next week, if you could reach out and see if they have any nominations for us, that would be great. I intend to talk about all of the nominations in one sitting instead of picking 3 here and picking 3 there. So when you have some free time, if you could review the information that is posted on the board website, that'll give you some background information about the nominations from KOA. The credentialing application has been formed. Do you have a sample, Callie, you can pop up on the screen? And so if not, that's okay. Callie will now be working with IT to get that put on the website. In addition to the credentialing application, Tim has written a new emergency regulation or temporary regulation for 6543, which just allows us to charge a fee for the credentialing process. And that has been submitted, and I think we're just waiting for it to go through the hoops. So, Callie, did you have better luck finding our process for that?
I have not done anything with it since I spoke to Charles to move forward.
I don't know when we do temporary regulations what our expected timeline is for that.
You know, I don't know exactly. I mean, there's a, maybe call it a committee or board that will sit and review, and I don't know their frequency.
Okay.
But hopefully it's something we can move pretty quickly. I mean, the intention is that once that temporary regulation is in place, then the application will be open. And so hopefully that can occur pretty quickly.
Okay.
we have a process in place for when they're reporting how many procedures and outcomes and all that that needs to be done? Because we're supposed to collect that information.
So Callie is, again, working at that with Acela, and so getting the database ready. The challenge will be, when is Acela ready to launch? In addition to, until we start doing it, I'm not sure we will know the ease or the challenge of that. I have also submitted a request to the OE Tracker Committee to see if they can start adding that to the OE Tracker platform. They are very open to that idea. Other states also would like that information available. It is not at the top of their priority list. They have they have some big projects going on that has bogged down their IT a little bit, so.
So can we have doctors go ahead and submit their form, even though we don't yet have the amount that we're going to assess them for their application?
Well, I mean, the issue would be the timeliness of acting on the application. I mean, I suppose you could if there was the understanding that action wouldn't be taken until the fee is in place.
The only reason I'm asking, we don't know if it's going to be 6 days or 6 months for them approving our temporary rules and regs. It's just my assumption.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is the process is quite a bit quicker, but it's out of your hands to a certain extent.
Some other things that we've discussed in the background, Ms. McAtee and I, for these doctors that have previously taken these courses, they are also going to have to get a certificate sent in from the entity that they took the course from. And so possibly she can get a notification out to get that process started, because that may take 4 to 6 weeks for Tahlequah to get that in order.
Okay.
So, but we did agree that just a hand copy sent in was not adequate, that we want an official certificate from Tahlequah.
He's going to put the credentialing application on the screen for us, if that's still wanted.
And so, Callie, when is I know this is a moving target, but when is our deadline for Acela to go live?
We'll start testing in November, but go live is not until February.
That's sooner than I thought. Anyone have any questions about the application form? So we kind of went in circles a little bit on what to call this, but we really wanted to stay in line with the actual statute. So we left it as a credentialing application. We're not naming it as a, lasers and procedures or LNP, just a very straightforward application for credentialing. And just a reminder to everyone that students that have graduated after 2020 still have to apply for the credentialing. They're not automatically grandfathered in.
So a question I have, so the students that we're testing today and licensing, are we doing this process at the same time for those? Or will they submit this separate form later? Or how will that work going forward?
I assume that we will do it later as, so this is what's difficult, is we're sending in this emergency regulation And if it doesn't go through, I just think there's a lot of things that still have to fall into place.
So potentially next year might be handled differently, but this year, they'll still kind of go through the same process.
Yeah, well, even next year, they would still have to apply separately for the credentialing.
Interesting, okay.
Seth, I don't know if you are following what we're discussing. So a new law was passed. So this is House Bill 2223, which expanded the scope of what optometrists can do in the state of Kansas. So with extra training, they can now do a small portion of laser procedures. They can do some small procedures to like drain styes, remove skin tags, that sort of thing. So that creates a whole new process that we're developing in order to get doctors up to par for that. So, any concerns about the application or anything you think we should add or change?
Do you think it's necessary or helpful, and maybe not, to have like a little checklist on the application of things they need to be sure that they're aware of? Like, I understand participating would require participating in the healthcare stabilization fund, and I understand like some of this, I know that I need to be reporting these things
Yeah, I think it's probably
to the
a good
board.
idea.
Kind of like we have on the other application that we listed, like the regulation of requirements for doing an exam. Does that make sense?
It does. Something else I want to discuss today is if we anticipate having additional CE for persons, intending to keep this credentialing long-term. So that's something that might be added as well. That's not a bad idea, Callie, to have kind of a checklist of the reporting system, yeah, I think that's a great idea. So.
So are you talking about just adding it to the same page or a separate attachment to this page for the
I think on the
checklist?
same page, it should be fine. Just
Okay.
so that they are, going through and acknowledging, just maybe with a checklist that. I am going to go ahead and go into recess. It's a little after 9:30, but we are going to start the written exam downstairs. So Callie's going to pop downstairs, and then we will resume the meeting at 9:45. Meeting. It is 9:45. I know it. So it's 9:45. We're going to go ahead and resume the meeting. We are going to start with the reciprocity for Juan Pham, case 2027 for reciprocity. You can come on up. Hi, Dr. Pham.
Hi.
Can you tell us a little bit about where you're coming from and why you're coming to Kansas?
Yes, I am from Louisiana. I will be a traveling optometrist when needed for skilled nursing care facilities.
Where do you plan on living in Kansas City?
I'm just going to be traveling here to practice. Yeah. So I'll be residing in Louisiana.
Will you be doing any exams virtually?
No.
Are you going to be working with a company? Or
Yes.
doing this? Oh, okay.
So do you have your own practice in Louisiana?
I do not. So I work for a company called Aurea Care Partners, and we're in multiple states throughout the nation. And we contract with nursing home facilities and provide vision care for the residents there.
Which doctor actually owns,
Dr. Doug Streifel, he's the owner.
where's he out of?
He resides in Colorado, but I believe he is licensed here in Kansas.
And Callie, do we have a copy of the contractor agreement?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do we have a copy of the contract employment agreement for working in Kansas?
No, I do not.
Okay. Is that something we should request? And on the application, it says if contracted, provide a copy of the agreement. Okay.
I would like to request that we go into executive session. I have some questions for legal counsel that to help us move forward with. I don't know, do you need more explanation than that? I would like to go into session at 9:48 and resume at 9:58.
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion approves. We will return at 9:58. Dr. Pham, if you just want to have a seat, we'll be right back. We're coming out of executive session. Dr. Pham, I think we have a few more questions for you. Sorry, I'm looking for this application here. And so, Dr. Pham, do you currently have a contract with ARIA or Dr. Doug Streifel?
Yes,
And have you provided that to our records yet?
I have not.
So that is a portion of the application. So I'll have you get in contact with Ms. McAtee on getting that information to her.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. Pham?
Please explain to me how you plan on living in Louisiana but practicing in Kansas.
I travel, so if there's a need for coverage, I cover other states. So I live in Louisiana. I mainly practice there. I travel sometimes in Mississippi, which I am licensed there too. And then this was one of these states that they needed help with, so that's why I'm here for my licensing.
So then you kind of do, shall I say, short-term fill-in care? You said if there's a need or something.
Yeah, like if they need coverage for healthcare for the residents, they will ask certain doctors to see if they can travel. Yeah.
Because we have a requirement that you have to notify the board as to where you're practicing and things of that nature. So that would be,
Yeah. What we could do is if I am traveling here, I can notify you guys of the location that I will be at. Yeah.
so you actually have offices and equipment and facilities within those nursing homes, or?
We travel with our equipment, portable equipment.
Okay.
Yes. And for clarification, there's been a lot of changes with the company the past few years, but Aurea Care Partners is here in Kansas. Their home office is here in Kansas. Dr. Doug Streifel is the owner of the optometric department.
Where's the office in Kansas?
Overland Park. Yes.
And is that just an office, or is that actually a practice facility?
It's just home office.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you spell Streifel?
Yes. S as Doug, D-O-U-G, Streifel, S-T-R-E-I-F-E-L.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for Dr. Pham? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'd make a motion that we table this until the application is complete.
Is table the wrong, do we need to, I'm trying to think of the term that we need instead of table. Do we need to postpone? Is that a better term?
I think table, if you don't deem it complete, that would be fine. That's your discretion there.
All right, so Dr. Beaver has made a motion to table the decision for Dr. Pham for reciprocity until her application is complete with the contract available.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. And motion approves. And so usually what we will do is have maybe a Zoom meeting when that application comes in, so you won't have to wait another 4 months to get your application through. So
Okay.
we'll have Dr. McAtee contact you when that.
Thank you. I will get that. Thank you.
right, Dr. Rich Yang. Coming all the way from sunny California.
That is correct. I'm also contracted with ARIA Care Partners, so here for my license as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so I understand if you want me to submit my contract.
Where are you currently working?
I currently work in California,
Only in California?
but I just recently got approved for my license in Arizona, Iowa, and Tennessee.
Oh, wow.
Also
Traveling a lot.
for ARIA Care Partners.
Okay. All right, I think this one is also pretty straightforward. Would anyone like to make a motion for Dr. Yang?
I do have a question.
Oh, sure.
Do you know how many facilities in Kansas, how many skilled nursing facilities this entity is contracted with?
That part I don't know.
It would probably be a good idea to submit that list as well.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Dr. Streifel and ARIA Care Partners to see if you guys could get the full list, because I do understand, reading and studying the bylaws this past week, I did remember that like the names of each like licensee that's practicing in the facility has to be listed. So like, I understand that.
Yeah, and with it would not be an advantageous situation to travel from California or Louisiana and have a facility that's not approved under your license and have run into that problem.
Agreed. Yeah.
Any other questions for Dr. Yang? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion that we table this application as well until it's complete.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Yang. You'll hear from Dr. Thank you. Ms. McAtee. All right. Is Dr. McIntyre available?
Hello.
Hi. A fellow from ARIA.
Yes, another one.
I guess as we're asking for this information, I assume you do have a contract.
Yes, I did include mine in the application.
Now you're in Bartlesville as well?
In Oklahoma. Yeah. So I do have some Kansas patients, like from Independence. Yeah.
So is Bussy Eye Care also part of?
No, it's a private practice.
I thought it was because it's right there on
Right.
5.
Yes. Yeah.
So will you continue to work at both practices?
So I'm actually about to finish at Bussy Eye Care. I'm going to start at a Costco location part-time and then be doing this part-time.
So Costco, Wichita, Kansas City?
No, I actually live like closer to Tulsa, so it's in Tulsa.
You are staying living in Oklahoma then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So officially, Dr. McIntyre's application is complete. We do have the contract attached here. So I want to ask legal counsel, this contract is with ARIA Vision Care and not with Doug Streifel. Do we have any concerns there?
I'll need to look into that because I don't recall the Kansas entity that the practice is run through. It'd take me probably 5 minutes to go back through records and refresh, but it's been a number of years since that issue first came up, so it's.
Okay. I think our main concern, Dr. McIntyre, your application is complete. You are definitely valid for a Kansas license, and just making sure that you are protected as an employee coming to Kansas, that you're following the Kansas law.
Sure.
Exactly, so.
Yeah, getting a list of those locations, absolutely.
Well, and I'm not really concerned about that as much as, making sure that the entity is set up corporate-wise. Sure. So.
Okay.
Is that something, Tim, you want to look into, and then we'll report to Dr. McIntyre? I mean, I don't think it will change our minds about reciprocity.
Yeah, I mean, she'll need to practice through an entity that can legally practice in this state. It's not necessarily a one-to-one with her application, if that makes sense to everyone. But it is before you engage in the practice, any corporate entity or limited liability company has to be formed as a professional entity and organized and authorized to practice optometry in this state. In the event that you would practice through a general corporation or LLC, then that entity itself is unlawfully engaged in the practice of optometry. It has to be through a professional entity. And so, then that implicates your knowledge of, its status and whether it's going pretty far, but aiding and abetting the unlawful practice. So it is something to be aware of.
Sure.
We can spend some time looking at it, but I mean, if the board's comfortable with proceeding based on our qualifications, that's definitely something we could follow up with the applicant regarding.
I would like to make a motion to accept the reciprocity application for Dr. Lillian McIntyre. Do I have a second? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And then motion passes. So congratulations. You'll
Thank
have
you,
your-
guys.
Thanks. Is Dr. Tong going to join us today? Excellent. Good morning, Dr. Tong.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful.
And so, Dr. Tong, have you submitted a contract for employment with your application?
I don't believe I did. I'd have to talk to my assistant though, because she prepared the whole packet
Okay.
for me. Sorry.
She did very well. There's 35 pages.
Oh my goodness.
Dr. Tong doesn't have OE tracker, so that's why
I see.
all the CE is in there, yeah.
Can't be too prepared.
And so tell us a little bit about your current position in California. Are you currently
Well,
working in California?
I'm more of a locum tenens optometrist, so my family's in California, so I live there mainly and I do fill-in work for my friends, but my main job is to travel to rural parts of the United States to practice.
And how many days
I
a week are you doing that?
I do what I when I go, it's normally 1 to 2 weeks at each place so that I can get to all the different facilities.
Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. Tong?
So if you have follow-up care when you're dealing with the different facilities, how does that work?
Mm, one of them is my not my full time, but it's very consistent. It's at the Navajo Nation, and I'm the main optometrist there, or the only optometrist there. So they know that I'm there 1 week every month. And when I do have follow-up care, I just make sure that either they follow up with me just to make sure they didn't get lost in the system, but I communicate with the um, as, as many facilities or their primary care physician. Usually with the clinic, I talk to a lot of the other doctors and a lot of their other um, ophthalmologists in the other cities and try to communicate with them to follow up with them if it was an emergency or try to give them as much information as possible to follow up. And with the nursing homes, there are other optometrists that come in the facilities when I'm not there at the other times of the month. So I'm usually picking up either follow-up care for the patients or um, giving orders to be followed up.
And when you do that type of work with the nursing homes, who's actually scheduling the appointment?
The main company that I work with Aria Care, they have a large network of admin, and they have admin to certain areas of which location or which county I'm working in, and they communicate with the facilities and the social workers there to figure out the best way to schedule.
I am going to make a motion that we table Dr. Tong's application until it's complete with our contract agreement. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Tong. Ms. McAtee will be in touch with you on how we proceed, okay? Thank
Thank you.
you.
Dr. Tong, are you there still?
Yeah.
I don't know if you were present for some of the other applications, but I just wanted to reiterate that if and when the license is approved, just to make sure that you keep our office updated on practice locations in the state.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Will that be all? Yeah.
Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, moving along. Is Dr. Harder available yet? Oh, hi. Welcome. Good morning. Dr. Harder, tell us a little bit about your desire to work in Kansas.
Currently working on the Missouri side in Kansas City. The company I'm with was a private practice. It's now private equity, and I was kind of ready to get back into private practice again. So I was trying to keep my options open. So I thought since I live right on the border of the two states, I was wanting to get my Kansas license. Keep my options open.
How long have you been practicing in Missouri?
16 years.
Okay.
So I've been at the same office the whole time.
Yeah.
So.
Dr. Harder, I just want to clarify, I think it's just a funny glitch on the application, but you only hold a license in Missouri, is that correct?
Correct. I did a residency in Tennessee when I first graduated, so I have a retired Tennessee license, but I just have a Missouri license.
So this also says you're working at the VA Memphis currently?
No, I did my residency there.
I know, but I just, under hours worked, it says 40. So I thought that was,
Oh, no, the dates are end in 2010.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I got on the wrong call.
Yeah, I thought,
Yeah, I was, anyhow, you're good, my mistake.
Any other questions for Dr. Herder? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve application for licensure by reciprocity for Dr. Jeffrey Harder.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And motion passes.
thank you.
Congratulations, thanks.
Good day.
Ms. McAdee, can you confirm everyone on our list has taken the law exam today, or is there anyone that is pending the law exam?
Dr. Tong will have to come to Kansas, and she was notified within 60 days to take her law exam.
Okay.
But everyone else for reciprocity is here today.
Is Dr. Strand available? Good morning. Good timing. You can kind of come on up to the podium here. Yes, please.
Feels very official.
Welcome. Tell us a little bit about your journey to Kansas.
Oh, sure. Gosh, how far back do you want me to start?
Just what brings you to getting a license in Kansas?
I have trouble being brief sometimes. So I live in North Carolina. I've practiced in North Carolina for 25 years. That's where I started my career after I graduated from Nova Southeastern University. We had some of the best scope in the country, maybe in the 80s, possibly in the 90s. That has dwindled a little bit as we've gone on. I've really been looking to get my license in states that I could practice to the fullest scope of optometry. And so I got my license in Colorado because they have laser procedures now. Done all the classes, would love to be able to practice to that full scope. In Kansas at some point in the future. No direct plans right this second. Again, trouble being brief. My wife and I will be empty nesters in about a month. My oldest son is going to optometry school in the fall. And so he and his girlfriend have mentioned wanting to go somewhere in the Midwest and West. So I've been working on getting my licenses there. My middle son also would like to go to optometry school as well. He is a rising junior, will finish school at UNC Charlotte in 3 years rather than 4, and is looking to apply to schools, maybe go in the military too after optometry school. So
excellent.
I've got some friends in Kansas City that we would love to be close to if the opportunity arose.
So you have no intentions at this moment to move yet?
Empty nesters, trying to figure
Gotcha.
out what the next move is, depending on what the kids do. My youngest, I've got 3 boys. My youngest is playing Division II basketball at a small school in North Carolina and has some Midwest interest. They asked him to play at a lower level at the D2 first before going any further. So lots of reasons. No plans right of this second.
So you've only practiced in North Carolina?
Only in North Carolina.
Okay.
Same clinic, actually. I go to some different clinics now, too, but I practice in rural North Carolina, although it's only about 20 minutes east of Raleigh. It is tobacco farms and people that would rather not drive into Raleigh for care. I've been asked if I could do cataract surgery. So far, I haven't seen that on any scope docket.
And so you've never done any remote exams? Or have you done remote exams in other states?
I actually have done a couple refractions during a remote exam just to test it out and see how it went. The refraction piece was good.
You're up to 9 licenses now.
Yes.
On the record?
I don't know if it is or not.
Okay.
I would love to have 10. Should you all approve? Just a little bit more about me. Very involved in advocacy in North Carolina. I served with our local group as a secretary, treasurer, vice president, president. I served as a trustee for state affairs on our North Carolina State Association too, and that was during our first run at advanced scope. We did not get it, but we were very close. So congratulations to y'all. Very, very jealous.
Side note that's irrelevant to this, is Jeff Coleman still practicing
I don't know Jeff Coleman.
in North Carolina? He's down Wilmington.
I don't know that.
Okay.
I know a lot of Wilmington doctors, but I don't know Jeff Coleman.
He may be retired out.
Any
I was
other?
definitely the oldest one in that testing room, so seems like I would know.
Any other questions for Dr. Strand? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve application for licensure by reciprocity for Dr. Jeffrey Strand.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Approve, say, or oppose, same sign. And motion passes. Congratulations, Dr. Strand. Number 10 is on the list.
Maybe we'll be colleagues soon.
Thank you.
Anything else I need?
I think you're good. So, thanks. I believe Dr. Favre is still taking the clinical exam. Is that correct? Okay. Let's hold on Dr. Favre until he's available. The only other thing I would like to bring up as considerations under, this is under the report of the president, is we have been approached now by insurance companies, and I think long-term, just for the public, how we are going to identify doctors that are credentialed. Acela may be making changes to license numbers, and so some of this will be out of our hands, I believe. But I think if we can come upon an agreement, if, you know, my new license number will be 001677, is there going to be an attachment to notate that I'm credentialed? And it sounds like this is important for the insurance companies as well, to know who is able to do these procedures. So, anyone have any comments on that or suggestions?
So you think that based on the way the programming is going to work, we'll retain some part of our current license number?
Yes. They're going to 6 digits or 6 digits with letters?
It will be OPT 00 and then your 4-digit license number.
Are they able to add anything after or before?
I believe so. I think we can add after for anyone who is credentialed for these procedures.
I have a weird question. I don't know if this ever comes up. Is there ever a situation where someone could lose their credentials?
I imagine that would have to come to the board in a hearing type fashion if there is a public complaint, and we'd have to review the complaint.
And if so, then does the license number change?
Yes.
So if they pulled out of the insurance group, that would also cause that to happen.
Say that one more time.
Well, the
The healthcare stabilization.
yeah, if they pulled out of the healthcare stabilization fund, that would cause their license to downgrade.
Is there any other way that people have denoted this in other states when they've done it? Has it always been a license name or number thing, or is it just like a side certificate that is submitted to the insurance companies, or like, are there different options? I feel like, I know it'd be unlikely, but if there's credentialing changes or loss of privileges, it would be confusing to have continually changing license numbers.
Right, so I think that the insurance companies are going to require more than just, here's my name and my license number, but they are looking for easy ways to identify patient or doctors that have been credentialed, as opposed to, you know, they're asking, do we look at the date of graduation? No, that is not acceptable. So a way that they don't have to do the, you know, backup work. All states are a little bit different. So in South Dakota, they have allowed their doctors to be credentialed separately. So they have a separate laser credentialing. They have separate lumps and bumps. And so in South Dakota, you may be Don Bircher L, you might be Don Bircher LP, you might be Don Bircher LPBD. And so my gut feeling is just to add the capital C after. So I'm 1677C.
I mean, on the license verification page, it'll indicate who's credentialed, right? Is that going to be a possibility through Acela? I mean, that would be a way they could, without having to go through the hoops of contacting the board, it would be publicly available.
Yep.
And if I recall, precedent in Kansas from the late 90s with a scope change, there was a -1 and a -2 after the 4-digit and a 3. Thank you, Gary. So, and then at some point in the mid-2000s, I believe we went to level licensure in Kansas, which then took away the dash denoting each level.
I think right now, as we do, as we move forward, we will have multi-level licensure for now. And so we do need some way to differentiate the multi-level licensure. As the statute is, even as we age everyone out, you still have to apply for the credentialing. So I guess we jump that hurdle when we get to it, so. Any other concerns or questions with that? I have been trying to attend as many Acela meetings as I can, but I think Callie can work with Acela on adding that to the, does everyone agree with the capital C? Is there any other recommendations or? And then I would like to talk about long-term CE. I don't know, Tim, if you think we should do that in executive session or?
Yeah, only if you're seeking legal advice on the topic. Otherwise, you need to discuss it publicly.
Yeah, I don't, I guess I'm here just for the discussion. I don't think we need to make decisions today. But that has also been brought to our attention, is long-term to retain your credentialing. That is not something that's in statute, but would we add a regulation long-term that you would need to have additional CE to maintain your credentialing? I'm just opening that up on the floor for discussion. I personally think it's a good idea. Right now, there are classes that you can take that are designated classes for this. They are still limited as We only have about 15 states that require those. So
Do you know what like the cost and like what goes into those classes? Are they like day-long workshops or like 2-hour courses?
So some of these are just lectures that you're updating your knowledge about new technology and new procedures. So there's a variety of on-hand lab work. There's lectures, there's articles, but they are just classified under procedures and lasers. So there is now a category under ASCO for that. So
I'm a little concerned about starting to break out CE into specific procedures. I mean, even when we did CE breakout long ago for the 5 hours of farm or this and that, because even as this was done or presented or has been that way for years, it's new, but it's not. So I get what you're talking about, and that was some of my concerns, even with live CE versus online CE. So I think instead of a line item pick at it, we might need a larger scope discussion as to CE in general, but that's just my philosophy and thoughts. Because every time we do a different instrument or something different, are we going to start tagging a CE line that goes with that? And then is that really relevant? And I don't know.
and go ahead. I just think this level of treatment is definitely a different category and maybe has a different risk level for your public that are getting these procedures. And we don't have to think of it as CE. We could also think of it as like you should be doing at least 6 of these a year in order to keep your credentialing, and I agree it's more work on Callie's side, but I at least want to acknowledge that we've thought about it and we want to put some effort into it before it's a big pain in the rear for sure, but I don't know any other way to make it more standardized, I guess. So it is interesting I keep talking about South Dakota because they've had their expanded scope procedures for quite some time now. And they are requiring in perpetuity that everyone takes the 32-hour course, even if you've already graduated after 2020.
How often?
Once. But they also have follow-up after that, but I was actually surprised that they're making every single person retake what they already, did in school, so.
I was going to say along the same lines as what you said, but basically, yeah, I think the level of responsibility and risk that goes with this type of scope expansion, I would think it would be important to at least consider some sort of specific upkeep on the technology, as you mentioned.
And I don't think it needs to be like 48 hours, I'm thinking with your within your 2 years or each year, you're adding maybe 3 hours each, so 6 hours total. Again, this is just food for thought, but I just think it warrants the discussion. So it's really hard to know how this will play out. For example, in your area, Dr. Thompson, will you have access to lasers without purchasing one on your own?
We will purchase one on our own, yes.
Oh, you will?
So that will be the route for a rural practitioner. There are mobile services that bring in instrumentation around for our ophthalmologists that satellite into our rural areas, but that most likely that's a pretty impractical thing. So yeah, laser access will be practice by practice by way of purchase.
But you anticipate that you'll have a high volume of patients that need procedures and/or?
Very much so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other thoughts, concerns? And so would you recommend, Tim, that we, as we are writing rules and regulations for this, that we determine a final decision and then we incorporate that into rules and regulations, or
Yeah, so by statute, you have control over the number of hours that you require. The statute sets a floor, but then it gives the board the ability to determine total number. And so I think you're modifying, if you move forward, you're modifying your CE regulation to put that requirement in for credentialed licensees.
I will say, I really like Dr. Beaver's thoughts on addressing our CE requirements as a whole. They've been in place for 25 plus years in this form, I believe, and
We changed them 2 years ago.
well, as far as the requirement for pharmacology and the number of hours. So at that, there hasn't been a wholesale change in quite some time. So notwithstanding online and that within the last 5 years, I think addressing this, the requirements for things specific to pharmacology or with our HB 2223, I think addressing that as a whole really makes sense to me.
Callie, did you come across many applicants who did not fulfill the actual separate entities? Like those are flagged in the OE tracker. I guess, Mike, I think that in this day and age, so many things are categorized under pharmacology that it's very hard not to get your hours, but I don't know if that's still a concern at all.
No, there was very few. There was a few people who did more practice management than they should have, but other than that, it wasn't pharmacology at all.
And to my point, that's 25 years ago when I was first licensed. You had to think pretty hard about which courses you took to make sure you got your 5 hours of pharmacology. Now it's very low-hanging fruit and seems mostly moot because you're going to get those 5 hours because that's what we discuss. And at some point down the road, 10 years, 15 years, it's going to be the same thing with our new bill. So I think looking at it from that standpoint is what I think I'm agreeing with Dr. Beaver.
It's interesting, at some point, do other entities like the KOA look at our statute and say, we better offer classes in this array of coursework because you hate for them to start offering 12 hours of practice management because it's no longer deemed. So at some point, how do we keep the level of integrity up so that other entities know we want a wide variety of hours? So we'll just have to think about that when we move forward. Any other thoughts on adding additional CE, adding a requirement of how many you're doing? Any comments at all?
How many states have lasers, lumps and bumps-ish?
It's hard because some have lasers and then some have lumps and bumps, but some don't have both. But it's more than 13. So
Could we do like an ARBO survey and see what they're requiring for continuing education?
Well, and the fact that this is fresh, the fact that you do have the course requirement, which is 32 hours of CE directly in that, we're going to be accumulating numbers, at least for the laser procedures, especially after the first year. When we have some of that data before us, it might make it easier to narrow the focus of what we want to do. I think it ought to be a conversation openly at every meeting, but as we get some of that data in front of us, we may be able to better tailor, like you said, whether so many procedures a year or this and that, to stay fresh and current.
all right. If there's no other comments or conversation, we can move along to the report of the Vice President.
I do not have anything new to report.
Thank you. And then report of Secretary Treasurer.
Nothing additional at this time?
And Dr. Thompson, you are the member at large. Would you like to place a report today?
Madam President, I'm happy to be here and nothing to report.
And then report of the public member.
No report.
Thank you. I will defer to report of the legal counsel.
I think if I can request the executive session to be held now, I think that'd be best. It would be to talk about a pending legal matter. Justification would be seeking advice from legal counsel. That would be privileged in the attorney-client relationship, and I think 15 minutes would be sufficient.
Are you making a motion? Okay.
I'm making a suggestion.
So would you like me to make a motion? I will make a motion to go into executive session at 10:45 and return at 11 o'clock to seek legal counsel for advice that is privileged.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. And so we will resume meeting at 11 o'clock. And we are coming out of executive session. I'm going to pop up back to our reciprocity applications. I believe Dr. Aaron Favre is with us. Favre, if you want to come up to the podium. You are coming from a long ways. What brings you back to Kansas?
Family.
Excellent.
My parents are here, brothers and sisters, my kids' cousins now, not two kids now, so kids' cousins now, some family.
Are you ready for the heat of Kansas summer?
Feeling it already. Though New England just had a heat wave that we lived through, got up to like 100 almost some of the days, high 90s. Odd for New England, but we made it. Not my office, not the office I practice in now. The air conditioning down there, so we had to bring in these 4 portable ones that were just loud and the office was windy. Thank God I could close the exam door because that made it a little bit better to hear my patient, but yeah. But yeah, I'm ready for the heat again here, I guess. It's a little bit hotter for sure.
You can scroll if you like. Have you already made plans to work here and there? You're still
I'm in
looking?
talks with a practice in Wichita, Green Vision Group, to work there in Wichita and then work also in Anthony in one of their satellite locations, like 2 or 3 days a week.
Okay.
Assuming everything goes good here.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions? Can you tell me about the scope in Rhode Island? You are in Rhode Island right now.
Rhode Island. Yeah, scope of Rhode Island. We can't do laser procedures, so unlike Kansas, we just adopted those, new laws, lasers, foreign body removals.
You did adopt those?
Did not.
Oh, did not, okay.
Cannot do those. So it's a more basic practice there. You can do oral medications, but no opioids. Orals is okay, topical is okay. Glaucoma treatment's okay there.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, no problem.
And you just finished your exam?
Correct.
Right, okay.
Just looking for your graduation date.
2022, May of 2022.
Any other questions for Dr. Favre?
Nailed it. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to approve the application for reciprocity for Dr. Favre. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Welcome, Dr. Favre, back to Kansas. So
That's it.
that's it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Worth the long flight. All righty. Thank you.
All right. I would like to make a motion to return to executive session to discuss legal matters with legal counsel that are privileged to the board. We would begin at 11:05 and return at 11:25. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approves. We will return at 11:25. 7:25, and we are coming out of executive session. I had requested legal counsel do a board education portion, and I'm going to table that until our next meeting, just for time's sakes. We have I think 24 applicants this afternoon, Callie?
We have 17, but there was the total, it was 25 with the reciprocity, yes.
So hopefully this will just keep us on time. We lost 2, so I'm going to give them a couple minutes to catch up here. It was only like 100. It really wasn't bad. And it was really bizarre because I would walk like outside, like a shopping mall or to dinner.
I thought that hot wind was really gross. I hated it. Hated it. Sorry.
Keep our meeting moving along. We are going to jump to public comments. Do we have anyone from the public that wishes to speak? No? All right. Tim, I did announce when you were gone that we're going to table our education portion until the next meeting. Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. And so, Callie, if you want to go ahead and jump into your portion.
So renewals are closed, and we did have a number of people that had missing CE that was quite the headache to determine what to do, because there's really nothing in statute that gives us, clarification on how to proceed with if you have a few missing hours of CE, other than taking it to the board and determining it, which was, there was like a good, 10 at least, I feel like. And so that was very time consuming. And I don't know if there's a way that we can assess a fee for missing CE so that it's very clear for everyone, like this is what is going to happen if you do not have all your proper CE when you go to renew. And also to make sure that we are treating everyone the same moving forward for people who do not have proper CE. I don't know, that's just something that Tim and I have discussed, and Gary and I also, he was the one that was helping me with all the appeals that we had for missing CE. Tim and I also discussed the fee, but I can't articulate exactly what what he told me without looking at my notes, and I don't have them up, unfortunately.
So it's kind of bizarre. There's a discrepancy in the statute between I don't have enough CE and I did not apply for a new license, and I did apply for a license, but I don't have enough CE. Like, there's two different categories, is that correct? Because one goes to inactive license.
Keep in mind one thing, our bottom line was, at the end of the day, everybody that maintains or has a license completed the statutory CE. They may have completed it late. They may have, which type they have may have been an issue. But at the end of the day, everybody that's licensed has the proper amount of CE. What she's predominantly referring to is the mechanism in which they got to eventually do that wasn't on time. So whether or not they can be fined or can't be fined is the issue she's kind of talking about. And that's what is sometimes not clear cut, especially with the fact of, was your missing CE in the first year? Was it in the second? You have made it up, but some things applied to somebody that maybe missed it 2 years ago versus somebody that missed it 2 months ago. That's hard to keep that level playing field, even though we did our best to do it. And we probably think a lot of those ought to be fined for the extra time, expense, and effort that's put upon this board, but statutorily, we may not have a complete or clear-cut authority to how we can do that.
Has there been any concern with licensees still being confused about live versus non-live? Because we define it differently than ARBO and OE Tracker defines it.
There was a few, but not majority.
And then if we pursue this, Tim, is this a policy, or would you recommend that we're putting this into regulation?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make a change, it's going to be applicable, it has to be through regulation. I mean, I thought the primary concern was the level of because if someone doesn't obtain their CE timely, you're assessing a late fee. And as of right now, it's $500 is the late fee that's to be assessed.
And is it $500 for a late fee or a $500 fee to go from inactive to active?
That is one.
Because there's two different paragraphs. So they pay the $500 plus the $150?
Yeah, so if someone doesn't timely get their CE, they have the option to go inactive, or they can be late, and then they have to show completion within 30 days, pay the late fee, and then they could renew at that point in time. We did have some that wouldn't necessarily qualify for that, and so because there are differences between the biannual versus annual requirement. So we did have some that were referred for evaluating disciplinary action. And so we will have that piece. But I mean, that's the primary procedure. And I thought the biggest concern was the level of the late fee, because we did have, you'd have some who, maybe in year one, they 23 hours, right? Or maybe they, obtained, they got their 24, but 13 of those hours were virtually, and they're only allowed to have 12 virtual hours. As opposed to, there are some others who had a bigger deficiency, whatever that may have been, the number of hours or the types. But you know, they don't obtain those timely, they're assessed at the same level. And so I thought that was one of the questions we had, was whether you want to try to address that result as well. Otherwise, I mean, the statute says what it says. I don't think it's the best written statute that, you know, is on the books in this state, but, you know, we have reconciled it to the point of, you know, here's our process, late fee versus you have the option to move to inactive if you want to. Otherwise, if you don't comply, you know, within the 30 days after, then that's your grace period, and you're really subject to the additional disciplinary action.
I don't think you could truly write a rule and reg for the amount of different scenarios that come up. So that's an issue. But my question to you, even having gone through and sorted through some of this, is it a stretch to say if you don't meet all the guidelines at time for your renewal, you would be considered late anyhow?
The number of hours, yes.
Okay.
The types, though, the board by regulation has the ability to waive the types.
Okay.
So, you know,
But if you're just playing short hours at the time of your renewal, even though you have to make them up to maintain your license, you would be considered a late renewal?
correct.
That's reasonable?
Yeah, that's the minimum that's set in statute, so we don't have the ability to waive that. The types are left to the board's discretion, and so.
I am in favor of giving the executive director the ability to assign the fee without investigating each one. And then when that licensee says, but wait, I was in the hospital or my spouse is in the hospital, then that can come to the board to decide, yes, you can get the rest virtually or make that designation. But I think if we can keep it very black and white, you do not have your 48 hours, you're going to be assigned the fee. Now you have this many days to update it. And if you want to challenge that or appeal that, then those would come to the board.
And I think largely that's the process that you all followed. You're obtaining the information, and a number of people did request, you know, waiver of some sort. You know, we did reconcile, especially for a minor, you know, very minor discrepancy. You know, maybe a couple of those that weren't brought to the board, but Dr. Beaver exercised his discretion more from a disciplinary standpoint. You know, issuing warning letters, and so you're all aware. I mean, so whomever may roll into this spot in the future, you know, the warning records were creating a record as to, you know, what your CE history looks like. And so going back in time, if someone has a spotless history and you know, there's some kind of medical issue or a lesser issue, you know, say that they obtained 1 hour of virtual too many within their 24. You know, they received a warning letter. That goes in their record, and then if there's an issue 2 years from now, you know, you'll have that piece of information to evaluate if there's another CE issue.
So in that example, that person would not be assessed a late fee, or they would be assessed a late fee?
Well, I mean, depends on if they met their the minimum hours.
So just the number of hours, since it's the type.
The types was really what was evaluated, and there was some, you know, a small amount, I would say, of leniency with the warning letters.
And I think that's where it needs to be black and white. The type is also not getting the right hours, right? So if you don't have enough pharmaceutical hours, you have failed in that. If you took too many virtual, that is a fail. You get a late fee. But I really think Callie needs to be able to assess that, because we have people calling in January saying, I'm not going to have enough hours in May, and she can very directly say, you have 6 months, and if you do not have it, you will pay the $250 fee, where we can't do that now.
Right.
Without.
I think my concern is if I'm interpreting this correctly, so then let's say a situation came up where they were off by an hour, like you said. Was a board member evaluating and deciding whether or not to penalize them or not? Because then if we have an individual board member doing that, I feel like we run into the possibility of it being applied differently and then moving forward, there being an issue.
This was based on
Consistency.
the same guidelines that the board had just approved at the last meeting. This was the same process, because at our last meeting, we did approve some of that as far as type changes.
And so some of this came about at the last meeting because Jan had been here so long. Jan was taking things into her own hands, which is fine. But Tim felt that we should maybe pull back from that and be a little bit more, just categorically more specific on how we're assigning.
And I remember that we addressed as a board some specific cases, but are there cases being addressed by individual members in between, is my question?
Yeah, for discipline.
For discipline.
But at the same time, that $250 fee that you were talking about really doesn't exist.
Right.
And that was what was being applied previously.
So like for that example where someone didn't get the right type of hours, are we fining them or no?
Yeah, there'll be at least one, I think.
So one that fell outside of the purview of what we did last time, there ended up being a judicial order. What am I wanting to say? I mean, there was basically, when we do a fine outside of what's legislated fine, whether on that or something else, these are ones Tim draws up, just like what you saw and approved today. Okay? That's how they're done.
Yeah, so that may be coming to the board in the future.
So if we move forward, sounds like this should not be a policy, but maybe it should be written into, or suggested that we put it into statute.
Well, yeah, I mean, it depends on what differences we're going to make. I mean, currently we're following the statute as far as what, it provides for the late fee inactive. Those who warrant discipline for pursuing that. And it goes to the investigative member to evaluate, and then, of course, consistency is going to be so important. So, we are making a record, and I think largely a lot of that, if changing the board, is going to fall to executive director, legal counsel to help make sure we're being consistent. But I mean, that's more or less the process is we follow what the statute says. For those that weren't disciplined, we view it that way. If someone wants to request a waiver as to the types, they can. And that will be brought to the board. But otherwise, if you fall outside of those categories, you do have a violation of statute, and the board, we're going to exercise discretion. I mean, if someone has a clean history, like I said, warning letter has been the process.
Are you of the opinion what we're doing is working?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the first cycle that I think we've moved away from what was previously done. So maybe it's too early to say, but I would say that, the approach that we took is consistent with the law.
And so, Callie, tell us where you're getting into, where you're getting backed up, or...
I just feel like the time that it took to assess every single one of those, when they may have had one missing hour, 2 missing hours, whatever it was, they didn't get the proper amount of CE, whether it was the type or the number. And so I feel that they should be penalized in some way, because we are spending so much time trying to decide, okay, what do we do next? Rather than just say, like, this is what happens and we move on.
You mean they need to be penalized outside of the $500 late fee, or they're not getting that late fee?
Then that's the problem, is like, are they really late? Because say they miss hours in the first half and they didn't realize it, they made them up in second half, but that still does not follow statute. So then what?
So in those cases, they'd be assessed the fee because they didn't meet the...
But we don't do that now.
No,
They would have to be sent to a a board member to
They're
investigate.
not assessed the fee because they've, by their renewal date, have completed all their requirements. But it's strange. It's disjointed because you have an annual requirement and then it's a biennial renewal. And so,
Not meeting the annual
and the
requirement,
statute
right?
says that if you haven't met your CE requirements by the renewal date, then you're to be assessed a late fee. But technically, those persons who have completed their CE by the renewal date are not late. And so there's an issue of assessing the fee. However, those persons can be referred to discipline, and so those were evaluated for discipline as far as what the deficiency was and what their past history was, and whether or not, we would proceed with a warning letter or whether it would be, a case would be opened and addressed that way. Does that make sense? It's kind of bizarre with the annual, biennial.
And when they went biannual years ago, they should have made CE biannual also. That's my personal belief.
So this needs to be part of the larger CE discussion.
That's part of the larger CE discussion. But at the end of the day, looking to where everybody was treated fairly with the discussion that this board had like at the last meeting. Did they complete their 48 hours of CE? Yes, everybody that has an active license completed their total CE count. Did they complete that in year 1, year 2, or combined? That's where there's some differences. And while we could have gone full investigation or not, they met the overall spirit of the legal requirements, although they didn't meet it ideally. So that would be an example if somebody got a warning letter that said, these are the guidelines that you should have followed. You got there in the end, but we're watching. You need to follow the path more proper in the future. And
How many licensees received letters?
Do what?
How many licensees?
Probably 3 or 4.
No warning letters. I would have to check the exact number, but it was around 10.
You think 10?
10 total.
Okay. Because some of those got fines to go with their warning letters,
One, I believe one did.
And is there still a discrepancy on who is getting a late fee fine and who is getting reinstated from active to non-active? Or does non-active just mean they go past the 30 days?
Did anybody go non-active?
There's a 30-day grace period, so they don't necessarily have to go inactive until after June 30th, which everyone who was being assessed met the requirements before June 30. But it was still just, we couldn't technically charge them a late fee because they weren't late, because they had the proper amount of CE, but it wasn't either incorrect year or correct type.
Well, and so to me, that's not the correct amount. Meaning even though you have 24 hours, if 5 of those hours are not the correct type, that is not the right amount. I mean, to me, I think it should be more black and white. If they don't fulfill the criteria, they don't.
I get what you're saying, but we converted that at our last board meeting for members.
I thought that we converted that what is what we could discuss after if they appealed.
You had 1 or 2 of those that appealed at that time that we accepted the conversion.
Right. But we did that before licensees were. We did that prior to them renewing their license.
Well, but part of those ones that we're talking about now notified us prior to the deadline and did it the same method.
And so they didn't let their license lapse.
No.
I think we just have so many specific scenarios that it's really hard to.
I think the solution would probably be to assess CE on a biannual basis instead of annual like it is currently. That would help
That would require a change in statute.
Correct, yes.
Either way, we would, I mean, whether we assess a fee for not having proper CE or do it this way, we still have to go, we still have to change statute, correct, or no?
Yeah, the statute says it's an annual requirement.
And I truly believe that at that point in time, you might get rid of a third of your numbers of people with issues.
Right.
2/3 is still going to be there at the end of the day. And I think you're just going to have to view this every renewal period.
But if 2/3 is 6 people?
Yeah, I'm saying, have you gained anything? No. And do I think they need a fine for not doing it properly? Yes. But the guidelines and the statutes limit some of how much that is. In addition to the fact that depending on how you go about it, you may end up spending more through either this committee's time, legal time. You may end up spending more to institute that fine that doesn't really resolve anything than the fine you collect itself.
So our fine needs to equal our legal fees. And just a reminder, we are one of the very few states that audits every single licensee. So the fact that we even flag 6 is, I mean, we have a pretty streamlined process, and it's,
So is there a way
That's a
that
lot of
we
work for
can
you.
outline like a flow chart for Cali? Like if it's, this is a situation, this is the process. If this is a situation, this is the process.
I think that's a good
I think
idea.
there's like individual circumstances, but I think a lot of them are falling under very specific, like, okay, is it type of hours? Is it number of hours in the first or second year? And I think we should be able to say, this is what we're doing. That way we're not having to like rediscuss it every time we have something like that. Kind of like we had for that HB something or other, people moving in, we had a flow chart, like this situation. I think something like that would be really
Flow chart.
useful.
Yeah, we kind of did. I mean, that's a really good idea, but, you know, the statute lays out notice requirements, and so we worked on some form notices that were sent out. You know, there's a 30-day advance notice, and then when you get to the time, you know, there are different notices that go for different scenarios. We did some of that, but we can certainly put more of that in place. I mean, consistency is going to be really important. I mean, we are following the law at this point. Maybe it was different before, or a different interpretation of it, but.
So maybe, Callie, this is a great incentive, like at the end of February, to send, and this is hard when KOA is in April, but you're sending a notice out that says you will have a $500 reactivation fee if you do not have the proper amount of CE, just to encourage.
It'll remind them to sign up for their CE.
Yeah. Again, it's, I think if we were dealing with 300 licensees, it's very different since we're only dealing with, you know, a dozen. So. Meaning only 10 of the 300 were in default, though. So Kelly, we'll work on a flow chart, and then we'll revisit this.
Sounds good.
Prior to next renewal.
Hopefully it'll be better next year with the automated system, with Acela. We'll see.
Oh, I'm going to go ahead and have you wrap up, and then.
Do you want to recess and I can come back to those or no?
If you prefer, that's fine. So let's go ahead and recess for lunch, and we will resume our meeting at 1 o'clock. the meeting. I believe we have Dr. Jennifer Fowle. Nice to meet you. So tell us what brings you to Kansas.
So I'm originally from St. Louis, Missouri. I went to undergrad in Springfield, Missouri, and then I moved to San Antonio, Texas for optometry school. Just wanted to live somewhere warmer for a little bit.
Sure.
And then I met my fiance down in Texas, and his job is based out of Kansas City. So he brought me to Kansas City. And I grew up coming to the area because I have some family that lives in Overland Park, Kansas. So.
Excellent. Is he a same grad this year, or had he graduated before?
He's not an optometrist. He's an
gotcha.
engineer, so yes.
That's probably a good thing.
Yes.
Do you already have a job lined up?
I do. I'm planning on right now working in Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, at Target Optical, and then hopefully eventually, if I get my Kansas license, I'd like to sublease a location in Kansas.
Side.
Yes.
How many years has the school down in Texas been open now?
So I think it started in like 2015, I want to say.
Oh, so it's open
So-
longer than I realized. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me, moving forward, what was your favorite clinical aspect that you preferred? Like, was it contact lenses? Was it low vision?
So I liked all the aspects, but mainly I really liked primary care, just because I was able to see different types of things. You see everything with primary care. You're not just with seeing one type of thing. So you kind of get diversity in that. And then just like getting to build that relationship with my patients as they come back every year or more than once a year. I would have to say, so it was probably, I'm trying to think.
Because I saw the first time you did it.
Yeah, it was like different each time,
There was a
yes.
little hiccup on
Yeah.
the second time.
I would probably say like my like basic anatomy, I would say. That was probably the hardest part for me. But as I kept studying and kind of learning the information, I grew more confident with that.
So when they get your results back, like on your skill set, did they tell you what gave you difficulties there? Did they give you that feedback?
In my specific skills for part 3? Yeah. No. They just say like posterior segment, this grade. They don't give you the specific skills that you need to work on.
Dr. Foth, do you see yourself taking advantage of the new scope expansion in Kansas? Is that something that you feel comfortable with from your schooling, or?
I do, with my schooling, I do feel comfortable. We got training in lasers. For now, I would like to just focus on like primary care, kind of getting used to seeing my patients. And then maybe eventually, yes, I would like to.
Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so.
Have you moved to Kansas yet?
Yes, so.
Missouri?
Yes, I live in Overland Park, Kansas, and moved last June, so.
All right, well, I think we have everything we need, so thank you for coming in today. So,
Thank you so much for having me.
thanks.
They're done for the day, right?
I'm sorry?
After this, they're done for the day?
Yeah. And so since we got this list a little late, can we take like 1 minute just to review the where is that? Someone's had a work call. How Arizona classifies their classes. Integrated basic science, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, can you not call them like microbiology or anatomy? Are you kidding me? Say what again? Sorry. You'll have to ask him a question about that. Like, what's your true age? I think we can grab him. Hello. Hi, Dr. Shaw. How are you today? Good. Welcome. Tell us just a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I'm from Salina, born and raised in Kansas. Went to school in Manhattan, Kansas for undergrad at K-State. Went to school for optometry in Arizona. Moving back here to Wichita. Avid golfer, like to be outside, like to do a lot of sports. I have a 9-month-old daughter and a beautiful wife, so we're happy to be back in Kansas finally.
So you're
The campus and the school is state of the art, very beautiful. Play a lot of golf, like I mentioned, and lots of golf courses in Phoenix. And the faculty that I met during my interviews are all awesome as well. And so I just knew it'd be a great fit, and I'd learn a lot there. So.
Did you say you're in Wichita now?
Yeah, just moved back and getting settled. So.
Did you have a job lined up?
I'm set to work at Lens Eye Care in Wichita starting August 10th. It's my presumed start date. Been shadowing a little bit here and there this summer, trying to get my feet wet and learn the ways of the office. So, yeah.
Is there more than one location for Lens Eye Care in Wichita?
One on the west side, one on the east side, and then I think they're opening moving into a new building in Newton as well. So 3 of them. I'll be working at each of them. I don't know how much, but for sure moving around.
So you're in this kind of bundle of doctors that COVID really impacted your journey to get here.
Yeah.
And so tell us about your, experiences through COVID and how it impacted your career.
In undergrad, it was, mainly what was affecting me right during sophomore year. Everything went online and it was all funky. But truthfully, it really helped me get a lot more experience in optometry. I was able to work part-time as well as doing a lot of online classes and kind of helped me graduate a little bit early. And that way I got to have a lot more experience working in, worked at Eye Care Associates Manhattan for about 2 years on and off as a tech, front desk, and optical. So it was definitely a con to have COVID, obviously for many different reasons, but I think it allowed me to have a lot more experience and kind of led me to optometry in a way. So.
Well, I commend you for having great board scores and an infant.
Yeah.
That's also really challenging. Did you sleep in the last 9 months, or?
I have a very amazing wife, so a lot of credit to her. So, yeah.
Well, extra points for that.
Okay. Okay.
With the upcoming expansion in Kansas, we have an expansion of scope in Kansas, lasers and lumps and bumps. Do you see yourself practicing in that scope, or what are your thoughts on that?
I'd love to practice to the full extent of optometry. In my school, we had access to ophthalmologists around us. We couldn't do those things in Arizona on our own, but had a lot of exposure to SLT, yeah, capsulotomies, lumps and bumps, got to work side by side with ophthalmologists and optometrists doing those types of things. And I don't think, obviously, Lens Eye Care doesn't offer those right now. I don't know if they're going to in the near future, but that's something I'll definitely be advocating for. Have a lot of experience with it and definitely see the need for it, and I'd love to practice to the fullest extent. So
in your training in Arizona, with working with the OMDs, were you actually performing any procedures under their supervision, or just
not performing on patients? We had like a laser suite, a laser lab. We practice on artificial eyes, and we did like periocular injections on each other and stuff like that, but never on any live patients. But I was always there in the room with them. You know, they were guiding me through it, walking me through it. I was, you know, watching the teaching tube and things like that. And so I did the pre and post-op care as well. So a lot of experience around it. And now it's just that last piece of the puzzle is starting to do it. And yeah.
Any other questions for Dr. Shaw? Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate
Thanks.
it. Thanks.
So this is probably a question for Tim, but we have a little bit of a hiccup with references. Is that right? Yeah. So I don't know if we want to tell them prior. We would still expect those to be turned in. So technically, they're not eligible to be here. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay. I just want to make sure that we were on top of that.
So did they just like forget to send it, or what happened, out of curiosity?
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Do we still have the Lawrence address listed?
It's just what they're used to for years and years.
I gotcha.
Okay. Let's go ahead and grab Boatman. Could you hold your sign a little higher so we can see your serial numbers? Hi. Oh, you can come up to the podium. Oh, on the stand.
Sorry.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Dr. Boatman, why don't you just start telling us a little about yourself?
Yeah. Grew up in Missouri, born in Columbia, but lived in the St. Louis area for high school. Went to Mizzou for undergrad, and then went to Ohio State for optometry school. And then wanted to be closer to home and also doing a peds disease residency. So now I'm at Children's Mercy in Kansas City. Yeah. Whenever I always knew I wanted to do something in the medical field. For a while, I thought maybe a pediatrician. Then I decided maybe the med school, like surgery route, wasn't for me. So my parents encouraged me just to like shadow different like types of medicine in the area. My mom's an OT, but I just shadowed my local optometrist, and they loved their job. They showed me the back of the eye, how it was more than just glasses and contacts. And And ever since then, continued shadowing in high school, teched for 4 years in undergrad, and kind of never looked back.
Do you see yourself staying in Kansas after, or are you just kind of like, the world is open to me after?
Yeah, I feel, yeah, there are like lots of opportunities, which is great, but so far, I haven't been at Children's Mercy for very long, but I do like the Kansas City area, just lots to do. My family's still in Columbia, so I would like to be close to them, so. Yeah. Yeah, I think I am interested in potentially working at like a children's hospital or in an academic medical center. I think working with children isn't like a cool opportunity to be able to intervene at a young age to change the trajectory of their life if they can see to learn. So right now I'm thinking like children's hospital setting. I'm also interested in like teaching or mentoring students or clinical research. So that setting seems kind of aligned with a lot of my goals, but I have liked a lot of things that I've experienced, so we'll see.
Will you do all of the locations at Children's, or just the Kansas side, or will you go to the
I
downtown?
do 3. I do Kansas, I do North, and I do Broadway.
Oh, wow, that's a lot. It's good, though, you get different surgeons and to.
Yeah, just like different providers, and kind of they all have their different things they see.
I'm waiting for your scope question.
Oh, if they're being peds, I didn't know if I was going to ask it, I guess. With Kansas's recent scope expansion, including lasers and lung thumbs, is that something you see yourself incorporating into your practice at all?
I think if I stay in the pediatric setting, it's not really applicable. However, at Ohio State, it was taught to us, and so if I ended up in a private practice setting in like a rural area or depending on the need, I see its benefit, but in the pediatric setting, I don't think so.
So is your residency at Children's Mercy primarily pathology-based, or is it more binocular vision-based?
It's a little bit of, it's kind of both, yeah. See a lot of like amblyopia and strabismus, and then also doing a lot of specialty contact lenses with one of the providers there. So hoping to get a good combo of BV and also PEDS disease.
What kind of specialty contacts are you doing there?
Yeah, so far what I've seen is sclerals. I know they fit some GPs, and then they do like Silsoft for aphics.
I think you'll have a tremendous experience there. It's just a great environment. The janitors love their jobs there. The surgeons love their jobs there. It's a really great environment to be in. So.
Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so.
I think I have everything I need. Any other questions, Dr. Boatman? Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
I can't hear you. So they have 1 in Kansas and 3 in Missouri.
Oh, okay.
They have an Independence one now too. So
She's probably working with the Missouri clinics for now until she gets her Kansas license.
yeah. And then unfortunately, the new clinic is not in the hospital anymore, which it was great to be like in the hospital environment, but they have their own like whole floor of a building now. We forgot to ask about the leap year baby.
Oh, I wasn't going to actually ask. Should I have?
Yeah. Gina, can you attest to when they are at NBEO for the PEP skills, it's optometrist grading them? Or is it a facility administrator? Yeah, we can talk about
I don't think, so there's a little caveat in the statute
Mhm.
that says we can test whatever NBEO doesn't cover. So I feel like if they're covering it, we don't technically have to test it, but it still stays in statute. So if we ever feel like NBEO is not covering something, testing again.
We can. It is up for discussion. I just think we have to get it somewhere in the regs and regulations if we want to add it. That's why I asked if ODs grade it, because I think so much of the skill portion is semantics. Did you say, you know, close your right eye? Did you say, you know what I mean? Just a lot of it is.
But I don't think it's,
Yes.
that's not how they do it anymore. Like that was the old part 3. I don't think the new part 3 is like that. Like they're looking at their retinal view, like there's a camera, they can see what they're looking at.
So we were told by previous applicants that they failed because of the directions they were given to.
But that was before they had, I think, started the new part of testing.
That was the more recent one, because if you are putting a contact in an eye and you don't give the right.
But they're also guessing. They don't actually know because they don't get that feedback. And that was all from one school too, where we were getting that story. So I feel like that was a story that was told to them personally.
Yeah.
I don't think we can, it was Tahlequah, because they had like a crazy fail rate. But then we got a few people from other schools and they were like, no, it was fine. Like, we had a good pass rate. It was, which is probably. That's
sketchy.
It was like, they said that, but we don't actually know because NBO does not provide that level of detail on.
Yeah.
They're just guessing.
They do their own practical.
Yeah.
That's why you're invited to go in August. I said, that's why you're invited to go in August. You're supposed to come to Arbo and ask those questions, Gary. I will be honest with you, I did not go to there was supposed to be a Dale Atkinson workshop, and he canceled last minute, which was unusual and fishy, and they replaced it with an MBEO portion, and I chose not to go. I have no idea what it was, so I. The McKees, Erlina, and Alan. Although we can't hold that against this student, so. Let's go ahead and grab Dr. Forey. know Ross. Hello, how are you today?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Good. So tell us a little bit why you chose to come to Kansas.
Well, I'm originally from Fort Smith, Arkansas. I currently practice in Arkansas, in the Little Rock area. I went to optometry school in Oklahoma, there in Tahlequah. I also have an Oklahoma license. So I have a few classmates practice in Kansas, in Wichita area, and in the Kansas City area. And with the new scope, lasers being passed, right, that's really exciting. So just I kind of wanted to expand and get an extra license that's kind of adjacent to our state, and love coming through Kansas, visiting here. So we'd be open to maybe moving up here in the future with my wife and my son, and getting more interested in private practice and practice ownership. So there's a few options available as far as ownership in the future in the area. So I just kind of want to have that in my back pocket if that kind of comes up in the future.
What kind of practice modality do you work at now?
So right now it's a private practice. They have 3 different locations kind of in central Arkansas. And there's 7 ODs there, and they're all kind of mid-50s. So practice ownership is not really on the table. It's kind of ways down the road, 10, 15 years. So it's like, okay, so being an associate is fine for now, but that's definitely something that that's important to me and my family. So.
Remind me, Arkansas has pretty good scope.
We do, yep. So I've been out of practice. I've been out of school for about a year now, and been doing YAGs and SLTs. A few lesion removals. We don't really have the equipment for it. We don't have a Sonoquince or an element or anything, but able to get a little more into the laser side of things, which is nice, and kind of changes up the day-to-day of just refracting or doing contacts all day, which is nice.
In Arkansas, did graduating in 2025 suffice to allow you to do those procedures, or did you have to do something else?
There was just a laser practical whenever there's an advanced procedures practical whenever you take the state or take the licensing exam.
Okay. Yep. Do they give you a regular licensing exam as well?
It's kind of similar to you guys, a law portion and then a clinical portion.
Oh, okay. Yep. How about continuing education afterwards, like in order to maintain that? Do you have to do additional laser or lumps and bumps?
No. I think Arkansas is 20 hours, Oklahoma's 25, so those pretty much overlap with everything that we need. Just getting the different jurisprudence hours is the most, logistical nightmare of it. But so far hasn't been a problem yet. But engineering was fun in school. Kind of got out into the workplace, and we were just designing traffic structures, lighting for baseball stadiums, and it got pretty old pretty quick. Long story short, my mom she fell and she hit her head, and she saw a bunch of floaters, and so we went to our family, longtime eye doctor, and his son was just a couple years older than me, and he had just graduated from the Oklahoma school. So he was like, "You want to come shadow me a few days?" And so I was like, "Oh yeah, it's pretty cool." Then I ended up working there as a technician for 8 or 9 months before school, and I got into optometry school. So I feel like it had a good mix of math and physics with the optics and lasers, and enough medical stuff to be super interesting, but not enough to where all the chemistry side of things kind of get bogged down with that. So I felt like it was kind of a good mix of everything that would kind of fit what I was interested in. So.
Any other questions for Dr.? Is it Dr. Faree?
Yes.
Sorry, you may have said this. Do you have a Utah license as well?
Yes, which that was you just send them like $50 and they send you a piece of paper. Yeah.
No state law test required, huh?
No state law test required. No.
So you currently have Arkansas, Utah,
and Oklahoma, and Colorado as well. So fourth year of school, was kind of looking at going out there. Not really Utah area, but really interested in Colorado. They have great scope as well with some lasers. And that was just a little too far for my wife. Her folks live in central Arkansas, and at the time it was it was a little too far. But since then, we've been back to Colorado, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. In fact, our parents are there right now, actually. So maybe in the future, we like being out there, but that was also, you just fill out an application fee and send them, I don't know, $100 or whatever, and they send that back too. So a little bit easier to get the license, but not as meaningful when you have to go take the test and meet everybody. So.
Anyone else have any other questions? Well, thanks for coming in today.
All right, it's nice to meet you guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I wrote that. Jeans. I was like, Arkansas. You did. We could have asked, like maybe his, bag got. Let's go ahead and grab Dr. Moore. Try to stay on time. The clinical test? Yeah. I agree. Hi. You can come up right up.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Moore. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. Tell us a little bit about wanting to come to Kansas.
Yeah. So I grew up in Kansas. My whole family lives here mostly. So someplace I wanted to come back, and I wanted to be able to serve the community that helped bring me up and got me interested in optometry. So yeah, I really wanted to come back and be close to family. My mom's an optometrist, so I grew up around the field. We would always go to her office when we were little, and we could help like clean the glasses. And then one year I did gymnastics all growing up, and I got to go to Heart of America with her so I could get to the meet. And I think it was like a lecture about diabetic retinopathy or something like that. And I was probably 11. I was like, well, that's really cool. They can see all that about a person like through the back of their eye. So then I was like, maybe this is something I want to do. And then as I got into like high school and college, I also liked the optics part. I want to do something in healthcare. So.
Do you intend to work with your mom?
Yeah.
Oh, that's tricky.
Where's her practice?
Up in North Topeka.
How did you like living in Memphis?
I liked it. It was fun for a few years, but I'm really excited to be back in Kansas. I miss being I didn't like being super far from my family. I lived on Mud Island.
Do you see yourself taking advantage of the newly expanded scope in Kansas? Is that something you plan to do, or what are your thoughts?
I think I definitely have interest. It kind of just depend. I don't really know about how to go about getting a laser, and right now I know my mom's practice doesn't have a laser or anything like that. I haven't gone too much into thought or detail about it, but I think I would definitely like to do YAGs.
Is that something that your school covers much, or what's the exposure in school right now?
Yeah, we had 2 surgical classes, and then we also had a surgical lab. And my day got canceled, but we actually had, it was called OSS, and it was one of our clinic days we went, and it was all focused on pre-ops, post-ops, and you got to have one day where you actually got to go in and do YAGs and SLTs. And then we also had 4 practice days where we got to do a YAG on a model eye, we did an SLT on a model eye, and then we can't do LPIs here, but we got to do an LPI on a model eye at least 4 times.
Did the school or national boards encourage you to take the LIPSI portion of the exam, or is that just they just say it's available and take it as needed?
Yeah, they said it was available and to take it as needed. And I took part 3
before the new bill was modernized, or we had like the modernization of scope. So I didn't take it yet, so it's something I would have to go back and take. But I didn't know if I was going to, and I was like, oh, I don't know how the credentialing will be. So I was like, let me just wait so I can be like properly credentialed whenever it's allowed in our state.
And realize right now we're not requiring it at all, so.
Okay.
Clear.
Okay. I was like, it's something I'm going to do. Yeah. Not off the top of my head that I can think of.
All right, well, thanks for coming in today.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you.
Paducah, wow. Do you remember when you were a student how nerve-wracking this was? And now I'm just like, what were we so nervous about? Oh, she was so nervous.
I had the same thing happen.
Oh,
The
I
guy who
bet.
came out was like pale. We were like, how'd it go? And he's like, it was really bad. And I was like, oh my God, what happened? And then I was nervous, but I don't think it was bad.
So we had one candidate cry. Well, I guess we had two candidates cry in 1 year. Way to go, Phil. Make the girl cry. You don't remember that? She got up and finished and. Do you need a separate laptop for him? I brought my other laptop if you want to leave that with Jack. Is it Dr. Tillett? Hi, welcome. Tell us what brings you to Kansas.
So my girlfriend who's actually about to be coming here after me, and me went to SCO together, and we met there. And she's from Kansas, I'm from Kentucky, but we decided to come back over here to Kansas, and we'll be living in Overland Park. And yes, that's kind of the plan right now. I think long-term we'll be over in this direction here.
Paducah is actually pretty close to Memphis, right?
It's like 3 hours away or so.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad going back and forth.
You don't talk funny being from and Memphis. Oh, they
Do you have a job lined up in Kansas right now?
Yes. So I have a job lined up in Olathe at Olathe Family Vision. I've been in talks with them for a little while, so that's the plan right now. Once all this gets settled here, I'll be heading over there.
Do you see yourself participating with expanded scope here in Kansas?
Not right off the bat, but I am interested in it like down the line once everything gets settled a little bit. We did a little bit of I at least was able to do a couple YAGs in school at SCO, and I enjoyed that quite a bit. It was a good experience for sure. So I plan to hopefully, if I can get my own practice, do that in the future, years down the line. There were a few patients that I had that were just not happy to be there, for sure. And then a couple, one guy had to actually be kicked out of the building, but it wasn't like anything that I did or anything, but he was just, there are a few people that come to the clinic there. It's so big that just probably shouldn't be there. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I saw like a total retinal detachment. So it was interesting to see, obviously, as a clinician, but it was also like sad to tell him that like, yeah, vision there will obviously never quite be what you want it to, and it was kind of a difficult conversation. That was like pretty early on in my third year there, so I think that was like the most serious thing I saw. So I guess they recently, from what I understand, the doctors that were there have both recently retired, and they sold to AEG Vision. So they've had people filling in there for now, but the plan is for me to take over once everything's settled. So I think it'll just be me there when I'm there. So one doctor practice.
Any questions for us?
I don't think so. I root for Kentucky. My girlfriend roots for Kansas, so it's, yeah, well, house divided.
All right, thank you, Dr. Tillett.
Thank you so much.
So I want to know how Wayne and Mary got out of their contract. I couldn't give you an exact date, but close. And my understanding was Mary retired before Wayne. So I'm not sure how that worked out. 5, usually. Yeah, I think it was a bad experience. So. Does he need a laptop or does he? Okay. Do I need to tell him to hurry up? So Jack is very particular and very meticulous, but sometimes you have to say, hurry up. Okay. Okay, you just holler if I need to stick a boot in his butt. Oh, do we know which one it is?
He said it's the next one coming in.
I would have asked more questions. Can you hold your left hand up, please? We have to swear you in. So great when they all have good grades and passing scores.
This is an interesting one.
so tricky though, because that could be cost, that could be travel, that could be. Mhm. Nichols. Go ahead. And recorded. Hi, Dr. Nichols. How are you today?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Almost ready to get this day over with, right?
Yes, yeah, got a puppy at home. He's
So tell us what brings you to Kansas?
so I'm actually a born and raised Kansan. Grew up in Wichita, Kansas, and then I studied my undergrad at the University of Kansas. And unfortunately, there's no optometry schools here. Decided on SEO, which was great. But after 4 years kind of being away from home, I decided it was time to get back closer. So ended up here.
Do you have a job lined up already?
I do, yeah. So I'm at a private practice over in Leawood. It's been great. I've actually started working just under the doctor, obviously, until this whole process has gone through, but it's been really great. He's really great. Practice has a good reputation, all those things. So it's been good to get back in the swing of things as well. Oh, no way. Very funny. Yep, he does like the vice president of clinical affairs, but then I got to work with him in contact lens. So he's one of the few who's still great at the RGPs. So
There's more of those out there than you realize.
yes, this is true. Myself could use some brushing up. But yeah, so I've always been interested in science and healthcare. I'm a very empathetic person. I like the idea of being able to help people, and I think, the gift of sight is something, it's amazing, and it's very rewarding to be able to, help people with that. And I, funny enough, don't wear any glasses, contact lens, anything like that, but I had a really great relationship with my optometrist growing up. I was kind of able to help me get into the field, and it's been great. I really enjoy what I do, so.
Yeah. No, go ahead. It's the office that you're at. Do you know what their plans are as far as scope expansion, if they plan to participate in some of those?
I'm not super, in terms of the lasers, we kind of were talking about things like that, just since they're so expensive. And it's pretty standard, just like primary care, optometry. I would definitely be curious in terms of like incision and curettage, and would like to, discuss things like that with him more. But I do recall him saying with the lasers, I don't know how soon stuff like that could be implemented, just with cost and whatnot. The PEPS portion, is that the cases or the skills? Oh, yes, sir. I, unfortunately, and I should have prepared better ahead of time, ironically enough, also have poor stereopsis, and so I struggled mostly with the frequently saying we don't have a view, things like that, not to, obviously, some of those things could have been avoidable, but I feel confident in my anterior and posterior segment skills and diagnosis and treatment in those areas. I told a lot of people and filling in feedback, I said if I could, or unfortunately didn't have to take it again, but if I did, I would have brought an eye patch to use for the all the slit lamp procedures.
What was your most interesting case at the VA?
Oh, the VA. VA had a lot of good stuff. Oh my goodness, let me think. VA. I enjoyed. That was kind of one of the first times where I had a patient where I got to see, more than once. And so I was working with a guy who had some post-cataract surgery, cystoid macular edema that wasn't resolving. So it was not only great to kind of build that relationship with him, but, keep trying things until eventually we got him, seeing well again. And as a rather social, personal person, I enjoyed those aspects of optometry and it being a more social profession. So that was kind of the first time, too, where I got to really get to know a patient and work with them more than once. So that was really, really nice.
Any other questions for Dr. Nichols? All right. Thanks for popping in today.
Wonderful. Thank you guys for your time. You have a good one.
She's on the practice website.
Why did you tell me that?
Sorry.
Send it to Callie and Tim. Yeah, advertise that you're working when you don't have a license. So who's she working for? You probably should look up Till. You look up Tillet.
I've been looking up everybody.
No, she's in her. She's on the website.
Do they have a Missouri?
You can't. You can't.
I don't think she has a Missouri license. Does she? Anyway, it says she's serving both locations. It says.
Who's her doctor?
Who works there?
No.
Dr. Bundy, Dr. Price.
Oh, it's Dr. Bundy's practice. So that's Fairway Eye.
Who was the one you were asking me about, Dr. Tillett?
Tillet, yeah.
Did you say he was going to be working?
Olathe Family Vision.
Oh, yeah.
That's the AEG one, so I bet he's already on the website too.
I actually think I looked him up because there's a bunch of Olathe family.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he thinks he's gonna be by himself, but there's like 12 locations.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, good. Yeah, we'll have Tim write that one up.
Sorry. Yep, serving at Fairway and Leeward locations. Dr. Natalie Nichols.
Are you guys wanting to just plow through these? Do you want to take a little mini bathroom break after a couple? What are people doing?
Yeah.
True. That's okay. I don't know if we really need one. I just, I'm bad about just like go, 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 and so.
I might need one at some point, but I'll let you know. Are you ready? Who's up there?
I think so. Does this one already have a Missouri license? Why is DeKinder familiar? Judy DeKinder. I'm going to show you what we were referring to earlier. And so when we look at national board scores, oh no, how did I do that? So the boards are going to send us this form, 1, 2, 3, and so like they might have fail, fail, fail. Written portion is 80% of the test, and this is 20% of the test. So even if they fail this, they pass here. Ask them to remove that because it's confusing, but some provinces in Canada and states require that they pass both. Yeah. And so that has been the one that we kind of get hung up on the skills portion is only 20% of the test. And so that this they've changed a lot is more like didactic thinking. So. All right. Luder. He also looks like his wedding picture. This other one's a little better. Hi, Dr. Lara. How are you today?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
This is not intimidating at all.
So tell me what brings you back to Kansas?
I'm from Kansas City. I was born and raised in West Shawnee. Then I went to high school actually on the Missouri side, but like on state lines. So, and then I went to the University of Kansas. So I've always been a Midwestern person, and Kansas is my home. My friends are here. My family's here, and just feel like I want to come back. Yes, I'll be in Leawood, Kansas, at Leawood Family Eye Care. Some family friends that kind of got me started on the profession, and they upgraded to a bigger office and decided to bring me in.
So, do you plan to take advantage of the expanded scope of practice in Kansas, or have you thought about that?
I will to an extent. I don't know if our office is planning on getting a laser machine anytime soon, at least. But definitely for lumps and bumps and things that I can do in office procedures that has been approved, I plan to practice to the full extent of my license as much as I can to help the patients that are around me. Maybe at some point they do upgrade to a laser device, and it's something in the future. Or if I move on to a different practice, I would like to use the full extent of my license. Yes.
Do you see yourself focusing in a certain direction in optometry, like contact lenses versus, low vision, that sort of thing?
I kind of like to do it all, honestly. I like primary care, but I do like specialty contacts as well. Again, to kind of be to the full extent of my license, I plan on doing everything I can for the specific patient that's in the chair. So if I can fit them with a specialty contact lens, I plan to be able to be educated and do that on the spot if I need to. I don't want to refer unless I have to. But there's nothing that specifically I'm going into. I think I like pediatrics, I like geriatrics, I like contact lenses. I don't do too much VT. But if an opportunity comes, I would like to be a part of whatever is available. So in college, I was actually started as an engineer, and I quickly realized I did not want to be an engineer. And I was thinking of pre-med and shadowed some doctors, didn't love the medical hospital side of things. And my buddy in college was going pre-optometry, said you should check it out. And my best friend from high school, who has since passed, unfortunately, his parents were optometrists, and they had me in to shadow a day, and at the end of the day, they said, would you like to work here in the summer? And I said, sure, and I kind of haven't looked back, and that's the place where I'm going today. So.
I'll work on my son.
I don't have any questions if you guys are finished.
Anyone else have any concerns? All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Nice to meet you, everyone.
This is when we know when we need a break, when our brains start wandering. think that's okay. The previous issues that we have fined doctors for is they are an applicant today and their website says now booking appointments for doctor. Yeah, so those doctors are usually fined. And it's a good awareness of you are responsible for your company advertising for you. So. Yeah, for sure. We can go ahead and grab Dr. Holman. Sarah Holman in Wichita? Maybe this is grandchild? Are we too early? No? She's not on our list. Oh, there she is. Except I didn't pull her up yet. I wonder if it's the other. She was on the other side.
I am. Hello. Nice to meet you all. Okay. I'm a Wichita. Well, I wasn't born in Wichita. I was actually born in Memphis when my dad was at SEO. Spent the first 2 years of my life out there, so that's kind of fun. He was an optometrist, obviously. He started a practice in Andover, so we moved, or excuse me, Winfield first, then Andover. We moved back to Wichita, and I've been there ever since, except for school. The practice that he had started, he's retired, but the practice that he started in Winfield and Andover is the one I'm joining. So I'm really excited to get to do that. During my undergrad, I scribed, teched and scribed at that practice, and that's kind of how I got involved in optometry in the first place. So I'm really excited to be getting this full circle closed, you know. Oh, well, no, she's not anymore, but she's still making incredible meals. It's just for us now instead of for competitions. So, yeah, she used to be kind of involved in things, I know. Oh, okay. At SEO, I assume? Awesome. That's pretty fun.
Tell me about your experience at the VA.
Oh my gosh.
What was like the most interesting case you saw there?
There were quite a few. I think the one I learned the most on, well, there's so many. The one I ended up writing a case study on for one of the assignments we have in school was a bilateral angle closure with Spearmate. So he had come in, bilateral IOP increase. So that was interesting to get to see the process and go through the angle closure, you know, protocol and steps, and see him back a few times and see how all of that went. It was pretty interesting. I really enjoyed my time at the VA. I recommend it. I've met a few students that are first year right now, and I recommended it to them to follow up. I really enjoyed my time there.
Do they stay pretty busy with interns?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know how many, but as far as, there were 3 of us that semester that I was there, and I don't think I had more than 4 empty exam slots the whole time. I mean, they really fill it up. keep you moving, or move you to a different doctor if
You're just the first one from that VA center.
it was awesome. I highly
So-
recommend it to everyone I've encountered. It was pretty cool. Dr. Lindemann and Dr. Boswell, they're both full-time. They're the owners of the practice. Dr. Kiefer, who used to work at the VA in Wichita, Michael Kiefer, I believe is his first name. I actually know him as Dr. Kiefer. He's there, but he's not full-time. I don't exactly know how often he's working, but he's been there for about a year now. And so then it'll be me, so almost 4. I believe so.
Tell me about expanded scope, and do you see yourself participating in those type of procedures?
Yeah, I'm really excited that I was so surprised. I didn't think it was going to get passed. I mean, I just felt like there were a lot of barriers still in the way. So when it passed, I was really surprised. I'm very excited. I've had more experience with the lumps and bumps sides of things, just the way that they schedule it at SCO. If you're not scheduled on the days that the ophthalmologist is there, then you don't really get to do the laser procedures. So I haven't had as much hands-on experience with the laser. I am excited to get more involved in that, but I did get to do a lot with the lumps and bumps and things like that, incision, curettage, all of that. So I'm excited to do both of those. A little more, I want to get a little bit more comfortable with the laser though before.
Do you have a lot of pressure in school to like live up to your dad's standards, or?
No, he's just the sweetest guy in the world. I mean, every time he talked to me, he's just like, I'm just so proud of you. And I'm like, oh, thanks, Dad. No, I mean, I really, really didn't. It was very, very supportive environment. I'm pretty darn lucky, especially since I kind of decided to go back as a little bit of an older student, non-traditional student, like he did, actually. It was just, everyone's been so supportive. I've got a good team behind me.
You have good practice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Holman.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate your time.
Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, so Dr. Herbal is it? Gotcha. I don't even know what's over here.
I thought it was another room.
Hallway. That's funny. So when you went out there, she wasn't out there either. Gotcha. I guess we can add that to the state law test. eyeballs are disgusting. Couldn't get a contact in if I paid him $20. She may have moved them all. I might do a mini break after this one. Hi.
Welcome.
Today.
Hello, good.
So, Doctor, is it herbal?
It's herbal, yeah. We were just talking about that.
Tell us what brings you back to Kansas.
Yeah, so I'm born and raised Salina, Kansas. I have a lot of family that is from Kansas too, even my extended family. So that kind of just brought me back in general after being 4 years in Memphis. And then actually, I was pretty happy about the new bill that passed too. At my last rotation, I was able to do a lot of YAG procedures. And I don't know if the place that I'm gonna practice at has, you know, access to the YAG laser specifically, but I found that pretty attractive and kind of just a bonus of right when I was graduating that was gonna be happening. So I was pretty excited.
Where do you intend on working?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be in the Leawood, Kansas area, and then I'll do a couple days in Lewisburg, Kansas as well. It'll be Hunter Family Vision. Yeah, I think they just acquired the Lewisburg not too long ago, and then they're building a new building for it too, so that's exciting.
That is Dr. Andy Hill's former office.
It is, yep. Yep. Yeah, it was in Louisiana. It was an OD-MD practice, and I did actually over 100 YAGs. So I had a very unique experience, and I'm happy that SEO has that as an option for an externship site. Yeah, it was great.
So I noticed you were there for a full 6 months. So have they, is
For
that wrong, at the Willis Knighton Eye Institute?
I started there in January and finished end of April.
Oh, April, okay.
Yeah.
So they're still doing quarterly.
Yeah.
What was your most interesting case there?
Yeah, I saw a lot of very interesting things there. I think the most interesting one was, I saw it twice there, but it actually was a case of ocular ischemic syndrome. And it was in a patient who, he was around 40 years old and he was a diabetic. So kind of giving him that news at such a young age, I appreciated how the doctor that I was working with delivered that news. I think that overall was just a really good learning experience of giving hard news to someone who does have a lot of life ahead of them. And just seeing, you know, what we learned in school come to life was really cool, and what we can do for that patient.
Anyone else have any other questions?
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much.
Maybe let's condense our break, so maybe we'll take a quick break. We'll recess until about 2:25.
Already had your bathroom breaks. I did. Hi, guys. I'm Halen DePriest. I just graduated from optometry school. I went to KU for undergrad. Grew up in Clearwater, Kansas. I worked for Dr. Atterbury here in Topeka. Were one of you his roommates? Or is that somebody else on the board? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, and then I just went to Oklahoma. That's me. Well, my mom was my biology teacher. Well, I guess before that. She was the high school biology teacher at Clearwater. And I remember coming home after school, or went to the high school, I guess, after my school. I was like, Mom, guess what the 6th graders get to do? They get to dissect a cow's eye. Isn't that crazy? And she's like, watch this. And she goes to her little storage unit, pulls out a bucket, and pulls out a cow's eye. And it was like the funnest thing ever. That was in 5th grade. And then since then, in undergrad, I worked as an optician and figured out that glasses are like the funnest thing ever. Sorry, I really should not be saying a word like funnest this whole time. Yeah, so we only do one rotation at NSU. And so I did that at a private practice, kind of in the Tulsa area, to learn more about business. Because Oklahoma's really has a really good reputation for clinical settings and advanced procedures. And so I wanted more of the business aspect because I always want to own my own practice when time allows. But that's why I did that. I learned a whole lot about the value of a practice, what they're worth, how to pay for them. Apparently you don't have to go through a bank to buy them. A lot of people just finance them for you. I don't know. That's a hard question. Somewhere. So, yeah. I met my fiance in school. You'll see him in Two People. And he's from Texarkana, which is not in Kansas. And so that's been like, we just started dating when it was like time to figure out where you want to work right after school, which is kind of a hard decision to make when you start dating. So we picked a job for the meantime where we get to work together and kind of like get funds together and like figure out where we want to go. We definitely want to be, obviously I love Kansas. I would prefer that, but we're definitely in this circle of Kansas City, Wichita, maybe North Oklahoma, but I'm not going to say that here. But it's in Hot Springs. Hot Springs, Arkansas. Technically Arkadelphia, but it's gorgeous. I moved there 7 days ago, so don't ask me much about it. But it was a pretty road trip. Yeah, we don't even have a 1 year on the contract that we're at. We're just trying to figure out where we want to go and where we want to end up. In a perfect world, we would just kind of wait it out until we find something to buy and then go all in. What I don't want is to work somewhere that has a non-compete and then not get to just settle down there. We're in data collection right now.
So what kind of job is the current job that you're going to be working?
It's a private practice. It'll just be us two at the office and going through it, doing it, figuring it out. Exactly. It's better on somebody else's dollar, right? Yeah. I mean, we went through school together, so it can't be that hard, but.
Do you know what type of the private practice, like, are they doing lumps and bumps or anything like that in that location?
The practice we're at, Not as far as I know, but the owner of it, his primary practice is about 45 minutes away, and he has a laser. So he definitely does SLT and YAGs. I imagine he does lumps and bumps. I for sure at least want to do like acid removal. That was my favorite thing to do in school. You don't have to worry as much about, cleanliness. I mean, everything matters, but you don't have to be quite as like, you don't have to have a surgical suite or like a special room for it. Yeah.
Do you think you'll do any laser? Like, will there be an opportunity to go to the other office and do that, or is that something that interests you?
Depends if I have a laser. Yeah. I mean, I love it. I've done several, at least 7 SLTs and 4 YAGs in school, and I think they're great. We're going to be in an area, I said Hot Springs, but we're going to be in an area that's not close to any ophthalmologist, and so it's kind of silly to me to send somebody for an SLT when they have to drive an hour and a half away.
Do you have your Arkansas license already?
I got it 5 days ago.
Will you be seeking any other states?
Oklahoma. Those are our 3. We'll be professionals by then.
Do you have any questions for us?
No? You guys having fun? Yeah. I wasn't expecting the podium. That's kind of fun. And the taking the test in the Senate Hall.
Yeah. I actually enjoyed that. I thought it was a cool
Yeah. It felt special.
The interview room I was in, the board was elevated.
That's what I was hearing about at the lunch. And you're like sitting there like,
Yeah.
I'm scared. Awesome. Well, was that it?
That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Two couples.
I couldn't figure out how to describe her, so I wrote aggressive question mark. She was just like, intense, I should say. Dr. Klein. No, Dr. It's on her application. Let me see here. Her married name is Codwell. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
You are Dr. Haddock.
Dr. Caldwell, but Haddock is my maiden name, so that's
Gotcha.
fine too.
Let me circle it.
Yes, correct.
When did you get married?
Last July, actually, this Sunday is my 1-year anniversary, so. Yeah.
Good, you can just all around celebrate.
Yeah, yeah.
Good week to get this over with, right?
That's right.
What brings you to the Kansas area?
So, I mean, I grew up in Colorado, but when I was like 15 in high school, we moved to the Paola area with my family for my dad's job. And then, so my family's just been in Kansas ever since. So I went off to college, and then I just wanted to come back where my family is. Oh, Oh, yeah, so I'm going to be practicing in 2 different private practices. One is in Spring Hill and the other's in Paola, Kansas. Yes, yeah, they're owned by 2 different people. So Weitzel Optometry in Spring Hill, and then Eye Care Professionals of Paola in Paola. They're like 15 minutes apart, 20 minutes apart, yeah.
It's equivalent to like, well, I don't know Manhattan very well. And so tell me why Wyoming? That's so far away to go to school.
Oh, yeah, so both of my parents actually went to the University of Wyoming, so that's just kind of where I wanted to go since I was really little. They kind of showed me all of the sporting events and everything, and I was a super big Cowboys fan, so I just wanted to go out there and see what it was like, and then that's actually where I met my husband, so he's also from Wyoming. Yeah, I did, against his will, but yes. Mhm. Yeah, I hope to. I've talked to both of the doctors currently working there, and they're kind of on the fence. They don't know if they're going to go for it or not, but I'm hoping to convince them because I liked doing that in school, and it was very rewarding, and I feel like it's important to practice to your fullest scope.
What got you into eyeballs?
Oh, so I originally wanted to go to medical school, and I was pre-med in Wyoming undergrad. And then I started looking into like the MCAT and medical schools, and I just realized that it's a very extensive process, and I wouldn't really like finish residency until I was like 30, and I didn't know if that really fit into my idea of like work-life balance, starting a family, those types of things. So I started branching out, and I shadowed a bunch of different places, and I did a summer internship with an optometrist here in Kansas. It's actually one that I'm going to go work for in Paola. And then that's just kind of how I fell in love with it. And then I actually took the OAT instead of the MCAT. I just kind of pivoted from there. No, I think they were all answered by the KOA people at lunch. So he works at Sherwin-Williams in Olathe right now. He's working at the commercial store.
Any other questions for Dr. Caldwell? All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
CDC. Yeah, she looks like Max from Stranger Things. It was the hair. Yeah. Yes, she did.
You want to grab Dr. Fellers? We've had a mellow group, like no baseball players this year, no, you know, like everyone's.
That's funny. Yeah. How are you guys?
How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Long day?
From the first one? Yeah, you had my fiance, I guess, two people ago? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm originally from Texarkana, Arkansas. And then I went to undergrad in Oklahoma, then optometry school in Oklahoma. And that's where I met Halen. And until I met her, I was pretty set on going back to Arkansas. And then we started dating and things kind of got serious. So we started looking kind of around different areas. And as of right now, we have a job lined up in Arkansas that's just for a year. And at that point, it was kind of like, let's just go ahead and go there for a year, and as that kind of be like our launching pad. So now we're looking, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, like where do we want to eventually practice kind of for the rest of our lives? So it's just kind of feeling it out. And I think Kansas is, moving in the right direction with everything that they're doing now that they've got lasers and everything like that, because I very much enjoy that stuff. So I like the Kansas area too. So just Halen kind of introduced me to Kansas, and we'll see where it goes from there. Yeah, so from a young age, I knew I wanted to be in the medical field. I just didn't really know what kind. And my grandmother had cataract surgery whenever I was in high school, and it just kind of got me interested in eyes. So I originally thought, I'm going to go be an ophthalmologist and do all this, and then I realized I didn't want to go to med school. I didn't want to do residency for 4 or 5 years after that, and started looking around and found optometry, and absolutely fell in love with it way more than I would have being like an ophthalmologist. Just from getting to meet so many people, you get to see people on monthly to yearly basis and build relationships with them. And I like the fact you can own your own practice and run that how you want to. So it just kind of opened up a field that I didn't know was available until that had happened. So once I fell in love with it, I just ran with it.
So don't judge me.
Okay.
On my geography, but your hometown is Texarkana, Arkansas.
Yes, ma'am.
You were actually born in Texarkana, Texas?
Yeah, so it's like Kansas City. It's on the border of Texas and Arkansas.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so I was born, the only 2 hospitals are on the Texas side.
Gotcha.
So I was born on that side and then lived on the Texas side, but school and church were in the Arkansas side, and then moved to the Arkansas side when I was 9 and kind of finished up high school there.
So no thoughts of getting a Texas license?
No, I'm coming from Oklahoma. I've been introduced to all the lasers and advanced procedures, and I love the medical side of it. And they're not up to par with that yet. So I don't think I'll pursue a Texas license. Just, I don't know, doesn't interest me right now. So I get that question a lot. Yeah.
I should know better.
You're good.
City where it's happening.
Yeah. Well, and then the Anna part is we're, 15 miles north of Louisiana, and then 30-ish from Oklahoma. So they call it the 4 states area.
So you've had an Arkansas license for 5 days, is it?
Yes, correct. I have.
And Oklahoma is still on the horizon?
It is next weekend. So, we're going to be professionals by the end of that one.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you.
Finally, I got a y'all. Been waiting for one all day. Can I say that again? Okay. I'm a little confused because we had one gal who failed the first part and passed PEPs. So how do you do that? How does that math? That math is not mathing. I think it was Depriest, right? Yeah. I mean, she must have had like 100% on the skills part. That was Depriest, I think. If you only knew. If you only knew. He doesn't realize there is no longer a board retreat. The board retreat is at the Indian place in about an hour. Now, let's not butter him up. Yeah, I think we're good. Dr. Hawks? Hi, Dr. Hawks. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good. Tell us a little bit about coming to Kansas.
Yeah, so I knew for sure I wanted to come back to Kansas. My whole family's in Kansas. I was raised in Wellington, Kansas, and then I went to school in Wichita State. So I took the contract to see, really knew that I wanted to be back in Kansas. I didn't really even send in BEO scores anywhere else than Kansas. I knew it was for sure where I wanted to end up practicing.
Do you have a job currently lined up?
Yeah, I will be working in Wichita, Kansas, and then Hutchinson, Kansas, with Green Vision Group. So I was invited to be a part of a Heather's Camp, which is a camp for visually impaired kids that was started in memory of a woman that passed away in Wichita a long time ago that was going to be a teacher for special needs kids. And so a lady from my church that I was in at the end of my senior year of high school, she knew I was kind of pre-med, and she said, hey, I want you to be a part of this. And so I went on the camp. I have 20/15 vision. I've never been to an optometrist. So it really changed my life, and seeing how impactful that can be for patients to have a really caring provider, and how much that opens doors for these patients. Can you say it one more time for me? Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure right now. I haven't been really told about that yet. So I'm supposed to talk with them again soon, so I'll see. Yeah, I'm really interested in it. I would love to be able to have some of the surgeons at Green Vision kind of mentor or give guidance. I feel like I could do it for sure now, but it just would be nice to learn from others too for a little while. Yeah, so I am planning to be at the Webb location, and then in Hutchinson, Kansas too. So yeah.
So tell me how you know Dr. Hillner. Was she your preceptor at Discover Vision Centers?
Yeah, she was my preceptor at Discover Vision Centers, yes.
So through your experience, do you have an area of eye care that you think you might focus in long term?
Yeah. My husband got diagnosed with keratoconus while I was in school. And seeing him go from 20/50, 20/40 vision, best corrected, to 20/15 was really valuable. So I really got a passion for scleral lenses through that, for one. I also worked at Discover Vision with Dr. Beek, who does prosthetic lenses, just kind of specialty out of the average lenses. Then my work with Dr. Riddell's office under Dr. Neibert had a lot of vision rehabilitation, traumatic brain injury. So I'd love to be providing some of that care to patients. I feel like I have already been able to kind of pick out symptoms when patients don't really come out and say that. So that's also an area that interests me a lot.
You'll get a lot of that at Discover. Yeah. Or Green Vision.
Yeah. I guess my questions would be like, if we were, I know that for new grads, you can, for the lasers, lumps and bumps, that we can ask about getting the license for it. When can we expect to be performing these procedures? And it's okay if there isn't. I just am curious if there isn't a time frame.
So at this time, we're still working through some of the logistics.
Yeah.
But most importantly, there is one portion of the legislation that still has to get passed before we can proceed. So
Okay.
we've written the legislation, and we're going to start hopefully getting like a emergency, temporary, can you please pass this so we can move forward? So I'm hoping within 90 days, but that might be overestimating our time frame. So
No,
right now, it's in the hands of the state, which is quite a process. So.
Yeah. Thank you for answering.
Well, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Almost there. It's going to be a, we're trying to pass a temporary statute. I guess I shouldn't say, I guess maybe it's rule and reg. So maybe rules and regs. Yeah. It still has to go through the GA's office and all that stuff. I don't know if I agree with that.
How are you guys today?
Good.
Good.
Tell us about yourself.
Well, my name's Nicole. I grew up in western Kansas in a tiny town called Hoxie, and I kind of loved growing up there, but then I loved kind of going out into the big world. So I went to Manhattan at K-State for undergrad. Then I went to IU for optometry school. But personally about myself, I love just to be kind of like an outdoorsy person and just kind of hang out with friends as well.
So are you moving to the Kansas City area?
Yes, so I currently live in Merriam, Kansas, and I currently work at LensCrafters in the plaza Casey Mill.
Okay.
But I'm hoping to work in Kansas. That's why I'm getting this license and kind of go away from the corporation side. My goal has always been to like own or work for like a private practice. Yes, for now. I always thought maybe when I got a little older to maybe move back kind of over to western Kansas because there's not a lot of eye doctors out there.
So I know it's uncomfortable. Tell us a little bit about your experience with boards.
Boards was a lot. So part one was my struggle I don't know if you guys have my scores or not, probably do. Yeah. So that one was the worst one for me, just because, I don't know, I feel like I didn't study as well for it the first like time taking it. I was kind of focused more on school at that time and trying to pass my classes, and just kind of juggling both of them was kind of difficult for me. But after that and kind of the nerves of getting over it, it got a lot better. Part 2 and part 3, I feel like were easier for me because I just feel like I could think about it in a better like didactic way than part 1.
And you got through it, so that's good.
And we got through it. Especially the summer after graduating. Then I hunkered down and really focused on that part 1, which was way better for me. And in the end, I feel like it kind of helped me more because I studied a lot more than I would have if I just like passed it on the first try. Since October, November-ish. Yeah, yep. Yes, I always thought of that, and that is why I love that we passed that over here. But I feel like I am just not as confident right now, like if just to go and do that. I feel like I would want to like work with somebody who does do that first, kind of just to get the flow with it as well. We saw patients and we did that with patients, but like personally for myself, I would feel like I just need somebody to like hold my hand while I do it for at least the first few times. So that's why I would love to work with somebody who does that. Yeah. Yes. Yep. He is the one that kind of got me started in optometry, convinced me to do it. No, I don't. I don't think so.
Well, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
And it's very different now because they take that in a testing center. It's never given at their school anymore. We had classes in there, but. It's like 90%. But you remember that big lecture we got at ARPO? This is why so many people are criticizing the test. Memphis students, pass, pass, pass. So. It mimics the. And that's hard. Are they teaching the test or are they teaching skills, you know? mean, they're invested in the success of their students, which is more than what a lot of other states are doing. Let's go ahead and grab Dr. Nguyen. Hi, Dr. Nguyen. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
It's been a long day for you.
For you guys too. We're like towards the end of it, right?
Good to wrap things up. So tell us what brings you to Kansas to get a license?
Yeah. So when I was in undergrad, I teched at a private practice in Kansas. And so all my mentors were Kansas optometrists, and they were all wonderful. So I just wanted to continue in their footsteps, if you will. I worked with the Doctors Honeymans. They're in Shawnee, Kansas. They're like a couple. It's really sweet. Met each other in optometry school. I told them, I was like, maybe I'll like really follow in you guys' footsteps and find someone in optometry school. No. Not yet. Maybe outside of optometry school.
Do you have a career lined up already?
Yes, so I'll be returning with the Honeymans, so it's like a full circle moment. It's kind of nice. So I started wearing glasses when I was like 5. So my annual visits with my optometrist, he was great. I wasn't scared to go and see him like my other doctors. And I realized, oh, if there's like because I've always wanted to be in the healthcare profession, but never really thought about where to land in terms of that. But then I recognized that the optometrist is the least scary healthcare professional for me. So I want to also be like that for other people too. I also think it's fun to go to an eye doctor. Yes. Life-changing. It was the first one for me, so I feel like there was like a large learning curve. But then the doctors there are just wonderful, like Dr. Knoll, whom I'm sure you guys know. It was so crazy because like you would be studying all these materials, and then you would see her name, like, wow, you wrote these things that I studied. So it was fantastic. It was great. Yeah, I'm definitely interested. I would want to be more familiar with like the process. I know there's a credentialing process going on right now, so I would definitely be open to it because I think it's awesome that we get to do this now. Is there a good bakery around here? That's okay. Yeah. I always like to try the bakeries around the places.
You need to go to Lawrence.
Okay.
And then you will be in good shape.
In Lawrence, gotcha.
Bakeries then promptly leave town.
Okay, noted. I'll do that. But besides for my baked goods questions, I think that's all for today. Well, thank you. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. We're towards the end of it. Thank you.
She's probably not. I'm gonna go grab her. Where's Julie DeKinder again? Who is Julie DeKinder? Oh, that'd be great if you don't mind.
Yeah.
What's it mean when it says their grade is credit? Oh, that's like high school credit. Hi. Thanks for sticking it out, being the last one today. Your nerves have probably been just
great.
You made it.
Yeah. Okay, I am from St. Louis originally. I went to KU for undergrad. We frequent the Lawrence area for the football team. And then I went back to St. Louis for UMSL for optometry school. And now I'm back in the Kansas area. We're living in Overland Park, Kansas. So.
Do you have a job lined up?
Yes, I accepted a position with Sabates. I'm working at the Missouri location, but we do Saturdays and on-call at the Leawood office.
Tell me, have you talked to them much about your experience with expanded scope there?
I have not got a chance to talk to them much yet. I just started on Monday, so I haven't gotten a chance to talk to any of the MDs, if I'm being honest. But they've been very welcoming and
I worked there my first 10 years of my career. You'll learn a lot in a very short time period. So
yeah.
you'll enjoy it there.
Yes, I do have a Missouri license. Yes, I have acquired the Missouri license. Yeah.
And then tell us, like, how did you get into eyes?
So I honestly kind of fell into it. I always knew that I wanted to do some kind of medical. I wasn't really into the kind of surgery part of it, but I always knew that I wanted to do some kind of patient care and that social aspect of that. So one of my friends actually mentioned optometry to me. I went and shadowed all my local doctors and did a bunch of research in optometry and just honestly fell in love with it. So. I don't think so. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We really lost some steam there on those last couple.
You know, if they knew they could just watch this online before, they could all be like,
I know, we need more questions, right? I don't know. I feel like this is a great balance of what we're seeing in Kansas. Is that, I mean, stay in your lane, you know. I think too the reality of it hasn't hit yet. She's, you know, going to a practice with 21 MDs, and they do not have a need for anyone else doing lasers. So I have a problem with that because they have already paid a fine on a physician before. are the, so we should reserve our thoughts on that because that will probably have to go to an investigation and be discussed with legal counsel. I know, that's why I'm saying we should not probably discuss it, so. I think we are waiting for scores are still being calculated, and I believe that Callie has a couple more things for us to go over. Do we want to pull out the calendar for next meeting? Mm-hmm. Very likely. Mm-hmm. I'll probably have Callie send out a poll on that one. A poll, like she usually sends out like a doodle for a Zoom meeting with intention of meeting to discuss how we'll move forward with some of the expansion of scope process. I'm thinking October. Works for me. This would be an in-person. Do you want to go and pop into the following meeting, or would you like to wait until? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm going to wait because January gets hairy with session, and then. No, I think we should wait until October. I did mean that. I like, let's schedule out through January, but January is really tough without having the dates of when are we in session, what days can we get rooms. It just gets a little hairier, so. Yes.
We have scores?
I think let's get through your part, and then, because grades we have to do in executive sessions, yeah. We are returning to the report of the executive officer to discuss OAH proposed agreement.
Okay, so for those of you who do not know what OAH is, it's the Office of Administrative Hearings, and they send us a contract every year for, in case we have something that goes further than the board. So I'll read you what Tim sent me, just so there's no confusion, because I probably can't articulate it as well as he sent this. Okay. The Office of Administrative Hearings is an independent state agency that exists to provide fair hearings to persons in state agencies. OAH assigns an administrative law judge who is a lawyer to preside over the hearing. The Optometry Board uses OAH for disciplinary hearings when the matter cannot be resolved by a stipulation in final agency order. The last use of OAH was approximately 23-24. I don't know if I should say, is to finalize a matter. OAH previously provided, I don't know what that is, and I think that says ALI. Maybe it's ALJ. There's like too many capital letters in one place. I can't tell what that is. To assist the board in hearing, I don't know if I should say this name or not.
I would not. I mean, it's public knowledge, but.
On appeal. The OAH provided someone to facilitate the board in revisiting the discipline and finally approving a stipulation and final agency order. So Tim's reviewed this contract and he feels it's consistent with OAH that provides to all other agencies, and he recommends approval. I don't know that you guys have ever seen a contract by them before. So I just wanted to bring it to your knowledge that it will be signed and Tim has reviewed it.
So this is in reference to Judge Snell that we work with quite a bit with hearings. And so sometimes we're in Judge Snell's courtroom discussing the hearing and we are on the panel. And once he's come here, but he is very helpful with explaining the law. He understands optometry law far better than I expected. I think he's been maybe promoted and we have a new judge assigned, maybe. But the AOH is very helpful in guiding us in our disciplinary actions and legal whatnot. So. Yes, he is the, yeah. You want to move on to the next, Callie?
So we have, since we're reviewing everything within our system, since we're updating with a seller right now, we started going through all of the different types of licenses that we have in our system. I would like to pull them up if it will work. But, you know, of course, the main ones are active, inactive, retired, deceased. Those are the ones that we use the most. There is other ones such as pending, which is useful in the current system because people are not, if you don't have everything right at the time when you go to renew, then it stops you from continuing until you can finish getting all the items that you need. And so it puts you in as pending. So that is, I felt like that was a useful license type to move forward, but they say in the new system that's not going to be something that could be used. I'm trying to pull up. No, they're not limiting us. They just want to make sure that we're, because a lot of them aren't used. Like one of them is renewed. I mean, I don't know when that was ever a license type, because once you renew, then you're active. So I don't know why renewed was ever in there. It's just stuff like that. Okay, it finally pulled up. 1 second.
It's in the old system, and Acela is wanting to put it in the new system.
They're trying to decide what needs to go into the new system.
And why is pending not an option?
It is. It's just, is it needed? Like new is also one, and that is in there for the new applicants. And it's stays that way until they put in their insurance information, or their insurance information and their practice information. But that's another one that they're like, well, do you really need that? Because
How are you to keep track of them if you don't have that?
well, because the new system, like that's how I think this system kept track of things, so that whoever was in this position was aware, okay, this person is still pending, they need to renew. This person is, a new licensee, they still need to add their insurance information. But the new system, you'll be able to see every single step that they do and where they're hung up and what is the issue. So if they're hung up, what would their status be? What would it say? I don't know. I need to ask them that. Yeah, like I kept I told them I obviously want to keep revoked and suspended. Let me pull up what else is in here. It finally let me in. So we currently have active, deceased, expired, inactive, new, pending, reinstated, renewed, retired, revoked, suspended, temporary, probationary. Which temporary, what was a temporary license ever used for?
So once in a while, we will have like a reciprocity come through, and we will give them, like under HB 2088, we are required to acknowledge their license in a certain time frame, but maybe they haven't received something that a board member wants. So we'll say, we will give you, this temporary or 90-day license pending your board score or whatever. It's very rare that we use it, but.
Okay. What's the difference between probationary and suspended?
So when you take a license away and that person is no longer a licensee, they're no longer under the purview of the board. So we have no control over them and their activities. When you suspend a license, they're still considered a licensee, so we still have a purview over them.
Okay.
I think probationary is when you're someone who, so for example, we had a doctor who the board decided discipline, and then they decided to appeal. And so during this time period, can this doctor work? So you have to decide this because the action of discipline is in question.
So then they're granted a probationary license? Is that a thing?
Not a probationary license as much as, is there a time period that you should not be working? So for example, because you did XYZ, you will be on probation for 6 months. You'll have to pay a $2,000 fee, and then you can go back to work.
But is that like a license status that we need? That's what we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, we've used it before, but it's been once in,
Oh, we have used it.
Mhm. Too contradictory. Preliminary, yeah.
Yeah, probationary is a status. No.
I think Acella's so worked up about how many things are in the list. Like, to me, it's better to put them all there versus we call them every third, time this happens and they have to add another one. I'm very concerned that they're telling you, I guess when I need to go through the system because they're telling you when a patient gets hung up, you're still going to need to know it's pending and you need to be able to tell the licensee where it's pending.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that will come through.
Yeah, I am not comfortable removing pending at all. I think they're just trying to figure out when the system triggers those licenses.
I'm still very confused about reinstatement because reinstatement means you're active. I mean, we kind of did today. I was hoping that that's what we would get through with the fees because we need to know when you go inactive versus when you let the 30 days of lapse. I don't understand why we have the difference. Like, I'm not sure why there is a separate definition.
License inactive, so you could still reactivate it if you had to take your practice back, but you didn't have to maintain insurance and everything else to go with it because you weren't licensed. Or if you retire your license and then you have to unretire it, that's a more involved process, especially depending on the need of the board at the time.
And so when you're reinstating a license, when do you reinstate it versus renewing it? Coming from inactive to active or retired to active?
So
are they different?
Well, if you were inactive and you reinstated it, that would be a definite step. You know, as I've been on this board, did decide to reinstate, pardon me, a retired license. That meant, yes, we did. We never completed the steps, but we did.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's board discretionary. But if you're inactive, you kind of automatically given the option to reinstate as long as you kept up your speed. So there really isn't a state that
Same thing with renew.
But if you, the key difference is in statute, if you don't renew on time, you pay a fine. If you reinstate when you've been inactive,
You also pay a fee.
you pay a fee, but not the fine.
You lost me on that one.
Well, because I do remember the discussion, I don't remember who was on the board, I think it was Doug Ballpark. They added the inactive strictly because there were some that wanted to retire, but they didn't want to give up their license. And that was when the board created that category where you had a stepping stone in between. You didn't have to completely jump off the cliff. You had a stepping stone in between. You still had some requirements, but not all the requirements. For instance, there's a requirement in there of how many active hours you're practicing and all this and that. That was bypassed by creating that extra step of inactive.
So you would agree that one is renewing your license, the other one is an active discipline, where they incur a fine. meaning with one, you're just following the process of renewing your license, and the other one is an active discipline where a stipulation order is made and the licensee pays a fine.
Okay, so if you do not renew on time, there is a fine in the statute that you have to automatically pay. That's easy. It's so easy.
It's not easy at all, because is it?
It's easy on that one. If you renew late, you lose. I'm talking about the inactive should only stay in place. The inactive was put in place for those who thought they weren't expired, but they weren't sure. I do not think inactive should be used for somebody who just can't get their stuff done. Because even the inactive people.
And so that's, do you remember that thing I texted to everyone? That's exactly what it says, is if you don't have your CE done, you move to inactive.
Well, and when the three of us went through that process, and went through the statute and stuff, it's like, no, this isn't the back door that it sounded like before. We had at least a legal discussion with that.
Okay.
And that didn't turn out to be quite the same.
And that's fine, I'm just going exactly what the statute says, was when you don't renew with all of your hours, you move to inactive. And so that's where the confusion is, do you pay to get reinstated and you pay a fine? And that's where it says the fee is not to exceed $450.
Well, you're also bypassing the fact that there's a 30-day window that they have that they can clean your stuff up. So you're talking about before the 30 days, after the 30 days.
I am very black and white, Dr. Weaver. I like the hard cutoff. Without a fee?
With the fee, with the $500 late fee. If,
Beyond the 30-day window, they kind of just about lose it.
if you go past June 30th, then your license is expired.
So I think this needs to be added to our flow chart. And after we finish our flow chart, we will know what categories people fall into. Is this on a high priority list for Acela?
We've talked about it the last 2 weeks. So.
So here's the challenge. 90% of these, we probably use once a decade, right? And so that's why I'm not sure why they're being picky about it.
I think it's not really that they want to get rid of it. I think they're trying to figure out what triggers that so they can input it into the system to know how, like when the system puts you in active, when the system puts you in inactive. I mean, I'm sure there probably is like manual, but the whole system is for it to take care of itself, yeah.
So it makes sense to me on May 31st that everyone goes, if they haven't filled A through D, then it goes inactive, and then 30 days later, if nothing has happened, they're expired. That's what they're thinking, like they have a program to.
Yeah, that's their thought, but I don't know that they would go inactive, though. They choose to go inactive.
She's saying the software people want to label.
I mean, I don't know that they want to label, I mean, not necessarily that scenario, but yes.
I think Dr. Nagaraja has a great idea that we create the flow chart. Within the flow chart, it will give us our categories. And the toggle button would be great.
Yeah.
I would think the first answer you want to get back to is you want to keep all this time.
Okay. Sounds good.
They want to know whether to make that a line item or not. Or can we get rid of some of these because we don't use them?
I do think they're trying to program the cascade of.
But, so when is someone reinstated? Because, Sheena, are you comfortable sharing why you were reinstated? How that came about? If not.
Do not know the specifics of that.
I'm just curious, so did you leave the state and then came back? And then you got your same license number back, I'm assuming. And said, hey, what do I need to do? So Yeah. I'm trying to find my old emails and see. I'm just curious how you were any different than the reciprocity that we just had in May, who let her license expire after 1 year and then decided to come back. She wasn't reinstated. I mean, I just put her back to active. She went from expired to active.
I mean, I don't think we. I'm
That-
looking for this picture that I sent you guys.
To see if there was any official information in that.
I also think that at the end of the day, with some of these oddball things, you can't automate everything. That's the reason why there's a board to deal with what you can't automate or flow chart.
AI disagrees, Gary.
AI disagrees, but
Oh, I don't disagree with you at all. I think it should remain on the list, but I still don't really understand when someone is eligible for reinstatement. That's what I.
well, but if somebody moved away for 7 years and moved back, you wouldn't issue them a new license number. You would reinstate their old license. But the status would then move to active. Yeah, no, and it would. Yeah. Not to reinstate it. But the process of what the board met to decide if this person qualifies as practice would be reinstated. Right, to reinstate it to active, yeah.
I kind of feel like, because I just looked to see how many reinstated licenses that we have ever had, and we've had 64.
The other purpose of a license being reinstated on the list would be to explain, why do I not have 5 years worth of data for who this person's insurance was and everything else? Was this, there was a lapse in there. So you could have 2 terms on next to your license. It could say reinstated and active both.
I just feel like reinstated is kind of like renewed. Neither one is a status. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think this is something that maybe would be nice to have Tim draft us something to define these. That maybe is introduced into policy, just so that we have something formal that we can all refer to. But there is actually a full regulation called reinstatement of a license after revocation. So I think we can't get rid of it if there's a reg that refers to it, so.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll, I'm going to reach out to Tim for some definitions, and then I think for now, let's have Acela keep them, and then maybe they want our flow chart as well to see how we red flag these.
Perfect.
All right, do you have anything else for us, bookkeeping-wise, cleaning house?
I recall that Tim and I had a discussion about inactive licensees, but I didn't put it on the agenda. I forgot. So I need him here anyways to discuss. So
Maybe just make sure we put it on the next round. So, all right. I am going to make a motion to move into executive session to discuss the exam scores of new applicants for 2026. This is for the privacy of their board scores. We would go into executive session at 3:40 and come out at 4:20. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. We will start executive session. Do you guys care if we stay here and ask them to exit? And we are coming out of executive session. We don't go through every name, right? Do I give the names of these two?
Pardon me.
Meaning, do I say the two names of the two that we're separating? So how do I separate them? All right, I am going to make a motion to accept the license applications for Dr. Kristen Holman and Dr. Gabrielle Moore pending receipt of the references that are missing from their applications. They will have 30 days to provide such paperwork. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Siri included. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Would anyone else like to make a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And I would welcome a motion following this for, what's what I'm looking for?
I make a motion that we adjourn until our next meeting.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thanks, guys.